Okay, they say that it's 5x5 with the bars.
Brain on a rocket, strategies dope. 4D chess, I'm the master of hope. Thought I was Einstein, move so fly. Checkmate myself, didn't see the slide. Brain's too heavy, cranium's dense. Thought I played smart, lost my defense. Pieces all scattered, rook took my queen. King's falling down, shattered the dream. Oh, head high, try to be clever. Brainiac scheming, smartest endeavor. Lost in my own thoughts, mind the trap. Checkmate the genius, fell for the snap. Rooks and bishops, knights in flame. Thought I saw moves like an oracle's name. Pawns in rebellion, plotting mutiny. Lost my crown, bathed in lunacy. Oh, head high, tried to be clever. Brainiac scheming, smartest endeavor. Lost in my own thoughts, mind the trap. Checkmate the genius, fell for the snap. Rooks and bishops, knights in flame. Thought I saw moves like an oracle's name. Pawns in rebellion, plotting mutiny. Lost my crown, bathed in lunacy. Oh, head high, try to be clever. Brainiac scheming, smartest endeavor. Lost in my own thoughts, mind the trap. Checkmate the genius, fell for the snap. Eyes on the board, missed my fate. Brain cells tangle, overthought straight. Chessboard shattered, intellect's doom. Lost in the lab, implosion, boom. Genius fell for the snap. Oh, head high, try to be clever. Brainiac scheming, smartest endeavor. Lost in my own thoughts, mind the trap. Checkmate the genius, fell for the snap. Rooks and bishops, knights in flame. Thought I saw moves like an oracle's name. Pawns in rebellion, plotting mutiny. Lost my crown, bathed in lunacy. Oh, head high. Checkmate the genius, fell for the snap.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I'm your host MCToon, and that's an older one I kind of like. It starts out with the 5x5 bars of Witsit while he was a bit inebriated in a live stream before we went to Antarctica, standing out on the waterfront, watching the sun do something that's impossible on flat Earth. Move right to left while looking south. Amazing stuff. I hope you're ready for this. A couple days ago, I got a bunch of people messaged me one night and said Austin Witsit was on a Discord server and he was trashing me. And they're like, you got to get on there right now. And, you know, I was hanging out with family. I was with my wife, with my kids and stuff like that, which is, of course, something that somebody can't do. And never mind who that might be. Too soon there. Anyway, so I'm like, you know what? When Witsit gets on and starts whining and having, you know, a little cry fest, it's more content for us to enjoy. So this is our time to enjoy the amazing wine fest that he had. Now, of course, it starts out with one of our favorite things, and that is, of course, some hot flurf on flurf action. And so we join Witsit already in action. I downloaded the whole EA Earth Awakenings server live stream. Well, not live stream. So they live stream on YouTube, and I got some of that. I went and just kind of screen recorded it. And then I also went to the Rumble channel where EA uploads previously recorded videos, and they're not in the same order. Sometimes they miss some, so it's a little bit of a hit and miss, but I did get it. But they're in 12-hour chunks, so I chunked it into 2-hour segments. And so this starts like partway, like Witsit had 1 or 2 interactions previously, like just moments prior. Anyway, so it's a guy, QOP, that I've had on here before, who was trashing Witsit while he wasn't there, and then Witsit shows up, and then that's where it goes. Anyway, hi Witsit. Hey, you're a mod. If you want, you can type whatever you want. They can't block it. Nobody can block it there, Austin. So all right, here it is. Here is the this is the live stream. So this is the capture live stream. You see there, this upper right hand corner here, this Q, and then whatever's in the middle, and then P, QOP they call him. And he thinks, and he was accusing Witsit and Party of the whole thing being faked. Oh, and yes, before we get any Witsit going, we need to get your tabs out here, right? Make sure you do get your tabs in to protect the brain. Okay, here we go. So QOP had said he thought it was all fake, and so this is kind of a funny interaction, because it's no different than Witsit interacting with anybody else. That this is his position. He acts just like this, and he's getting irritated that QOP is acting like Witsit taught him to act.
My question is hypothetical. It's like, have you actually thought about, what if I'm wrong about this?
Yeah, I constantly consider that, but my positions are very strong because I consider that.
How would you feel about it though, if like it actually all just happened and you're wrong? Like, how would you?
Yeah. How would you flat earthers feel if all of this trash talking about the globe was just wrong? How would you feel about that, flat earthers?
The thing is, like, dude,
my question is, how would you feel about how you've handled it?
This is
this is the weird. I mean, it's not a reality that's like gonna ever happen, because it's not.
You can't even answer the hypothetical question.
That's very typical flat earthers, isn't it? They can't answer a hypothetical question about the globe, about anything. They just deny it. All the time in debates, they'll say, they'll claim, well, if the Earth was a globe, then this should happen. And I'll say, well, hold on a second. Let's do this. Apply this, apply this, apply this. Now, so if we apply this to the globe and do this, what does the globe actually predict? And they don't then come back and say what the globe predicts. They're like, well, I don't have to do it because it's not a globe, right? Exactly. This is standard practice for flat earthers, Austin, like you do.
Yeah, because I can't even, like, that world doesn't exist, so I don't.
Can't
fathom
being wrong.
That was the point I was making, right? It's
yeah,
like,
I guess if I was wrong, I don't know. I would say I was. How would I be proven that I was wrong, though?
No. The question is, how would you feel about how you've handled it?
I'll probably.
It's hypothetical. Okay. Well, it's just like when I hear you talk about it, it's like it sounds like you have lots of bias,
Well, so
lots of bias.
But as far as like the whole vaping thing, right? You definitely lied about that at the very least, right?
No.
You didn't. I'm the one that brought it up to you for the first time, and you.
What? No. The first person that asked me
vaping then.
No, the first person that asked me directly if I did have a vape there was Gio, and when he asked me directly, I said yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Gio.
And that was when I was in Tennessee.
No,
I still remember. I was in Tennessee.
Gio is the guy that runs this particular server. He's there, and he said, "Yeah, I remember that. That was Gio."
In like my grandmother's guest room. I was actually stepping away. Like my family was pissed, right? Because I had just been in freaking Antarctica for like 11 days or whatever. And now I'm over here. I can't even spend time with the family. I'm jumping on Discord talking about it to people that are claiming I didn't go. But I tried to like occasionally answer questions to avoid what happened anyway, which is people acting like I wasn't answering questions. But anyway, so what first happened, right, was I was accused of faking my breath with the vape. And I just kept saying, I objectively did not hit a vape and fake my breath. Like that just did not happen. And then Gio asked me, and then like I remember we didn't even know what was going on, right? So like people were talking about the footage. I saw like one of the little cutout pieces of footage. I guess this is before the full thing got uploaded. And we were like, it looked like I just walked out of the thing and I had a drink in my hand or something. Someone said it looked like I had a drink in my hand. And so then I started thinking about it. I remember every time I went inside, I drank like hot water. They had hot water in there. And so I'm like, yeah, maybe that's it. I remember going in there during my stream and drinking water and coming back out. Gio asked me, but at one point he said, so did you have a vape with you in Antarctica? And I said, yes. And I told him I found a couple in my bag because I packed like old bags from my traveling days, my tour days.
So now let me I just remind you a couple things. As this came out, as this was coming out in January about, I'm like, well, yeah, Witsit did vape. And so whether he brought it because he just brought it or or if he just had one sitting in his bag, it doesn't really matter. But what I said at the time was Austin was trying to be, I don't know what word, but trying to be a little, not letting people know about the vaping because he didn't want Kai to know that he was vaping. Right? I said that. I said this, the whole thing about his response to people accusing him of vaping and then blowing it out on screen to show his breath. Hey, Penguin, you be quiet. Shh. 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 Was because he didn't want her to know. And, it's pretty obvious. Like he hit the substances hard on that trip. And, a lot of coping. So Kai is the person who who he sired 2 offspring with. But to my knowledge, they were not married, even though they called each other married. And they live in Florida, which is not a they lived in Florida, which is not a common law state. Come here, puppy. Here's Pupper. She's getting a little barky. So And now I say lived, Austin still lives there, and I don't think that Kai is there anymore. So anyway, so that's why I was little jabby at the beginning that when he was on the server whining about me, I was doing stuff with my family, something that he can't do anymore. Anyway, so ex-partner is a good name for it. So for the relationship. So all right, what do you think, Penguin? What's going on? Why are you barking so much? You're going to tell me? You can't. Your dog. Yep. All right. So, where was I going? Anyway, so I said back then that that's why he was doing that. And, we'll see a little bit here in a second if that's the case.
Found a vape and I smoked it. So, I didn't lie about that. And then what people did was they took that quote where I say, I objectively did not hit a vape and exhale it to fake my breath. And they cut off the end of it to make it sound like I said, I object.
Oh, you mean flat earthers chop off the end of some sentence to deceive people by removing context? Oh, no. Who would have thought that flat earthers do that?
Objectively did not hit a vape, which is just lying.
Yeah, I remember when I asked you that because there was all this like buzz going around and people talking about it. Like, did you have one? Did you not? And then the claims of all that. And then, I do remember when I asked you that, like, even though I just asked you in a friendly way, it was almost like you were, like a testimony on the witness stand kind of thing. Like I kind of asked you just directly.
All right. The problem with Gio is he goes forever. So I'm going to stop. Well, you weren't even seeing that. I'm going to stop that for a second and I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to show you this.
Okay.
All right, this is a video that Witsit put out. I want you to see this here. There's no, I don't know, this particular clip I have is from TikTok or something. I don't know exactly where it's from, but it's from one of his live streams. I didn't clip his original live stream. It doesn't matter a lot because his face wasn't on screen. So, and that's, I can't, let's see. I can't make it any bigger quickly for you. That's okay. You don't need to. Just watch this here. You may have seen this kind of stuff before.
Okay, so they're in 0G, and watch the ball just fall out of his hand. He gets too caught up in lying about the hurricane.
Hurricane, and that's pretty neat to be able to see it. You can see the eye and how it's forming. But one of the things that's interesting about up here, when you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures. When you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures and all of that of it. But then you forget that there are people in danger down on Earth with the hurricanes and all that. So sometimes it's easy to lose perspective up here.
We're going to pretend like we didn't just see this? If you look at this and you say that he pushes the ball down, dude, you're suffering from like serious cognitive dissonance, bro. Like, be real here. This dude's in 0G. They're supposedly floating. The only reason they're able to stand there is their feet are underneath bars because they would be going up.
If you're in 0G, you don't go up. You don't go anywhere if you're in 0G. He doesn't understand this? Is this news to him that 0G doesn't mean you just go up? Weird.
If you don't know, they say they have these little bars for their feet on the ground, and that's what keeps them there. They'd float up. Okay, so this ball would float up if he's not holding it. They're in 0G, bro. You silly flat earther. They're free falling in a straight path that's actually curved at the same time, going 17,500 miles per hour, and there's no gravity. Right? Okay, they're in 0G, and the ball falls down. How does that work? How does it work? What are you doing in your mind right now? Are you doing mental gymnastics? You're like, someone's got to give me an answer.
So there it is. There's a Witsit played just that little clip of it. Just that little clip. But I have the full clip. I have the full clip here. Let's get it here. There. So here, now Austin did not watch this part here, certainly.
Is able to move around the earth, which is so vital. We have oceans and rivers, we have rain and snow, and clouds are just another form of water moving all over.
So he didn't play that portion of it. Why didn't he play that portion of it? Because it doesn't fit his narrative. Because he only wants that tiny little clip so that he can deceive people.
Over the planet, that helps to keep us alive
Look
and
at
comfortable.
that. It's just sitting there. It's not going down. The globe isn't going down. All right, but it gets better. All right, let's get to the part where the guy over on the right side has, see it? He's got the ball here. Let's watch this portion of it in its entirety.
Hurricane, and that's pretty neat to be able to see it. You can see the eye and how it's forming. But one of the things that's interesting about up here, when you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures and all of that of it. But then you forget that there are people in danger down on Earth with the hurricanes and all that. So sometimes it's easy to lose perspective up here of what's actually happening down on the Earth. So when we see those hurricanes, we have to remind just how dangerous it is for everybody on the ground.
It came back
one
up.
last question from me, and this is crazy, but since we've been
saying,
he said in his thing it would need to come back up.
And just how
but he didn't play
dangerous
this
it is
part
for everybody on the ground.
Okay, so there's one last question from me.
It came back up. So Austin is showing he taught flat earthers how to do crap research, total garbage research. All right, now watch this here as he whines about flat earthers. This is fantastic.
Well, so what's so crappy about it for me is like I was like actually very excited about it. It was like Magellan vibes, you know. It was like explorative vibes. Like I thought it was pretty epic. That like
Just Jeff, yes, I think Austin used a pre-clipped video versus actually editing it himself. He did not do his own research. He just trusted what somebody else said instead of going to the source. That's very important. I'm glad you brought that up, Just Jeff. It's very important to keep that in mind, and I could have made that more clear, and because what he's about to say is even more powerful.
like as a flat earther, I went to Antarctica, like a place that if you'd have asked me like 5 years ago, like no one's ever going there. I would have never even conceived of the idea that I would have got to go there. And then merely because of discussions I've had about how the globe model is fake, I actually got to go, like, in a way, explore, well, not really explore Antarctica, right? But it just felt like an exploration. To me, that was so epic. I'm like, this is like pretty crazy. A handful of people can even say they went there, and the first thing on my passport is Antarctica. So I was like good vibes. The only bad vibes were who was there. I was like exhausted. It was not good conditions at all. What I'm saying? I felt super sick at one point. Like I thought I was actually going to have to go to the doctor there. But yeah, it all kind of came crashing down, I guess. And like, I think a good analogy is like a lot of flat earthers will just say that a bunch of the space footage is fake, and it's just whatever video they've seen claiming that they've been busted, they just internalize and believe it, but they don't go fact check it. You know what I'm saying? And
they just internalize it and believe it, and they don't go fact check it.
Then there's the group of people that don't do that. They're like call out some of the fake claims of flat earthers. Like, wait, no, actually there's a somewhat reasonable explanation for that. Like Geo does that. You do that all the time. We used to do that in the stream all the time. We would like still man the other side. We would hear out all the possible explanations. We would have all the Globers sit in here and go through the footage and be like, okay, I can see that. Or we would like laugh about the ridiculous one. But there's apparently always just been a group that would just queue up the YouTube video, and whatever claims were made in it, they just believed it. So that's really what it did. It like separated those two groups of people.
Man, doesn't that just really sink in? Where he was whining about some flat earthers don't even do good research, and they just take what somebody else said. That's exactly what Witsit did. He took somebody else's clip that didn't include the ball going back up. He didn't go to the source and watch the whole thing where the ball was floating there. Like, you don't get to complain and say, oh, the ball went down because of gravity, when it was sitting there floating freely. When let's go back here. It gets even more. So look at the lady's hair, right, as she's talking here, and as she's moving her head. Look how it's just holding up. It's not falling down like it would in gravity. We gotta wait for. There. Look at her hair. And now, oh yeah, the other is watch this microphone pass. Watch as they pass the microphone from the guy talking. He passes it to the lady here. They don't hand it off. Watch closely. He releases it into just lets go of it, and it doesn't fall. So once again, the one time where his arm does push the ball down, and they misconstrue it, all of the other examples they completely ignore. Typical flat earthers. They just pass the microphone by just floating it beyond next to each other. And the ball here is just, he stuck it to his leg with he's got a little patch on his leg there. It looks like it's Velcro or maybe something sticky. And he just kind of stuck it there because and he's got that clipboard there. It doesn't fall anywhere. So, how did that happen? How did that microphone just go flying across like that? It didn't fall down. It shows how incredibly lame they are at research. And Austin just critiqued other flat earthers for doing it when Austin did it himself. Perfect. All right, 35:30. We're gonna jump ahead here. We're just getting warmed up. There's a bunch, but he doesn't get to whining about me for a little bit.
Was faked, unless it is devastating to your worldview. That's really the only way it makes sense.
Outside of the meta, like, how have you made sense of that in the 6 months you've been away?
I was going to ask that too, actually. Yeah, what you been chewing on?
Have you moved any closer to the globe in the 6 months you've been away?
Oh, that's not what I was asking.
No.
Joe, what up? I'm back.
Or a 2.5.
Yeah, I'm definitely much more open to that. So I've seen a few renditions of like two poles. I mean, Gio and I and many people in here have discussed that for years. Actually, we've had nights where for like 7 hours straight, we've looked at magnetohydrodynamics. We've looked at the way the electric fields work. We went through Oliver Heaviside and Steinmetz and theory of opposites, and looking at the way that the magnetic field works, and the conjugate geometry of a magnetic field and an electric field.
He likes to impress people by saying things he doesn't understand.
And saying like, okay, well, southern star rotations, we do see this phenomena where you would have a plane and you would have two rotations within a magnetic field, within an electric field, right? And we actually know that everything is about magnetism, or everything is electric, right?
Which is it? Is everything about magnetism or is everything electric? Because they're not the exact same thing. They're not. But he thinks it is. He doesn't get it. But also, they're not everything. There are 4 fundamental forces. One of them is electromagnetism. Right? Just one. Just one. There's the strong force, the weak force, and gravity. And he doesn't never mind all those things.
Right? So I'm pretty open to that.
Magnetohydrodynamics. Yes. Makes no sense. That's water, water dynamics. Like what does that have to do with, like, magnetism doesn't affect water very much. It's very weakly affected by a magnetic field.
I've seen a pretty compelling one that I can drop in here that gives a lot of explanations for a lot of things. But I will say I have.
Oh, well, let's have a look at it. Here it is. This is the one that he says gives a lot of explanations for a lot of things. The bipolar model. And so how does this work? How? Nobody knows. This doesn't make any sense at all. Because if you are over here, somehow, now this is, I think, Hawaii. Hawaii is now farther from the equator than the northern part of the continental United States. How does that work? Magic. And how do you fly from, say you're going to take a flight from Los Angeles over to, let's say, Singapore, somewhere, around in here, or the Indonesia, right? Well, those flights exist, and they go to, they fly northwest from LA. They go this direction, right? Which would be northwest. So it would go off here and then go up to the top of this top left of this map here, right? And then waka 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 Pac-Man over to here, and then continue on the way down here. Right. That's what would happen. What about the flight from Santiago in Chile, right here, right? The flight that Critical Thing took on the way home. This one right here, right? It goes southwest. It departs southwest. So it goes here, goes down this direction, right down here. Right here, gets to the edge, and waka 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 waka. Pac-Man's over to here, and it actually flies south of New Zealand on the way back. So I don't know how it does it. How's it? Does it? It must go this way. Maybe it goes this way. Well, it have to. It would. Okay, so it goes over here. No Pac-Manning on that one, I guess, because it goes south of New Zealand. Okay, sorry, no Pac-Man, people. It's like a stupid Pac-Man sound. Okay. And so, I mean, there's more like kind of east-west stuff. But anytime you go over the Pacific, you're in trouble. You're screwed. What are you going to do? Null says magnetohydrodynamics is actually a subfield of physics, and it's super cool. It has to do with conductive fluids, and is used in space plasma physics and astrophysics. Okay, that's pretty cool. Mike Dude says Dunning-Kruger is far beyond Witsit. Extreme hyper narcissism is more apt, as there's no way he thinks he's ever wrong. Oh no, we get this. We get this a bunch. If you want to treat, I'll post the whole clip here, and you can I'll put it in the description of this video, and you can go watch the part that I cropped out if you want. Anyway, this map here is ridiculous, and of course. The sun, which we've bounced radar off of, which is the source of heat and light, and which on the globe everybody can point in the same direction and use globe geometry and point at the same spot in three-dimensional space using pretty basic geometry. So we've got an answer for it. This is important when you're looking at Occam's razor, which Austin loves to talk about. Occam's razor. When you have two equally valid explanations, the one with the least assumptions is the most likely. Okay, that's Occam's razor. Two different explanations that are equally valid. They both provide an explanation. Now, if you don't have an explanation, if one of the ideas doesn't have an explanation, it doesn't get to enter into Occam's razor. Okay, so when you're looking at this and you're like, oh, we don't know what the sun is. Well, you don't get to, right? If you don't get into Occam's razor, you're not. It's not an opportunity for you. If you're like, I don't know where the sun is in three-dimensional space, you don't get there. If you say that you don't know what the sun is, you don't get there. Right? Being ignorant of it isn't how you propose your explanation for the entire universe. You need to have knowledge of it, not ignorance of it. It's all backwards. And why is Australia bigger than Africa? Well, because it has to be for this model. The bipolar model, they're so goofy. They don't mind. They don't mind that how ridiculous it is. Anyway, Mark W says, glad I don't do super chats for XP. I'm glad you don't either. Tim Davidson says, Lionel Richie says hello. Well, hello. What's the song? Lionel Richie. I was never a big Lionel Richie fan, right? But let's see here. It's hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all I've ever wanted. And my arms are open wide because you know just what to say. And you know just what to do. And I want to tell you so much. I'm not even going to read that last line. Thank you so much, Tim Davidson. Siggy Sigwald says 29 months, and how many more do I need to get a t-shirt? I just Google fourth wall MCToon. You want a t-shirt? I'll send you one. Send me an email. I'll get a t-shirt to you, Siggy. Wicked Pissa says, wait. So you're saying Witsit is a liar? Yes, I am. Addicted to Globing says, I hate when my balls stick to my leg. It's a summer thing. Oh, I didn't need that picture painted. Yesterday it was cooking hot, and today it was cold here in Minnesota. It's pretty chilly today, like less than 65 if you're familiar with freedom units. It's weird. I wish that I could like have temperatures about how warm or cold it feels to me be something that I'm familiar with in Celsius. But to me it's not. To me, 72 is comfortable. 70 is fine in the winter. 65 is actually okay in the winter in the house. That's what we set our thermostat to. And in the summer, well, we don't have an air conditioner in the main house, so whatever. So 90, it's kind of rough. 95, not so good. Anything hotter? No, thank you. Mr. Toffles says a few more, Siggy. Yeah. Siggy Sigwald says flat Earth is the only idea immune to steel manning. That's right. You cannot steel man flat Earth. You can't, because that would require it to be able to explain something quantitatively, right? So what causes the bottom up obstruction? Well, it's then whatever words they're going to try to say at the moment, the trendy words in the flat Earth realm, that are currently fooling people, right? What causes the sun to set? Well, it goes out of our perspective. Well, how do you steel man that? You can't. You can. The globe can be a flat earther could steel man the globe by saying, well, the sun is in a place in three-dimensional reality, and so is the Earth, and the Earth is rotating once a day, and the position of it on the surface of the Earth in relation to the sun has some three-dimensional spherical geometry to it. We can present that, right? And there is the direction that the sun should set and the time that the sun should set. Based on that actual geometry, we can apply that, right? That's how you can steel man, how a flat earther could steel man the sun setting for the globe. But I cannot steel man the sun setting for flat Earth, because saying it goes out of our perspective, that's not steel man, that's ridiculous. Or the super trendy, it doesn't set. Really? 8 billion people see the sunset every day. And for you to say, Flatties, for you to just say it doesn't set is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It is the biggest lose ever. When you're just like, oh no, it doesn't set. How do you think that's going to win anybody? That's so dumb. Oh, geez. All right. Mark W says Dick Wayne needs to apologize to us cultists who didn't do anything. One person timed him out. He looks like a censored in front of over 440 people now. Yeah. So Dick Wayne, one person timed you out, and probably because that person was just a little bit tired of your nonsense. Tim Davidson says Occam's razor for the most logical shave. Just a Messenger says, fun fact, Magnetohydrodynamics was used by the Red October to keep it silent while it was being hunted back in the early 90s. Oh, very nice. I loved that movie. It's a great movie. Siggy Sigwald says, we need a Toon shirt that says Flat Earth is the only idea immune to steel manning. That's a great idea. I can make that. And then Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, I like my weather like I like my women. Hot. Very nice. Some people might say ground up and in the freezer. That'd be a no. Okay. Here we go. Back to this stuff here. Do we have any derp from Dick Wayne? Here it is. Let's see. No, you said something like everything falls down because gravity. I asked, why don't things lighter than air fall down? You said because air falls down faster. Getting it? Well, faster maybe isn't the best word. How about with more force? Because air has more mass, so the acceleration F equals ma, right? The acceleration is higher. Or sorry, the acceleration is the same. The mass is higher, so the force is higher. So if air falls down with more force. So, but lacking air, if you evacuate the chamber, a helium balloon does fall down. So there's that. And flatties don't understand this. It's way, way beyond. But thank you, Dick Wayne, for the derp. We do appreciate that.
Event, it's like my life has been so hectic that I've actually I definitely haven't been at the drawing board for 6 months trying to explain the sun.
Yeah, I mean that flat earthers have been at the drawing board trying to explain flat earth for 175 years and failed.
I haven't been doing that at all. I've been trying to find a way to pay my bills and et cetera. Like it just hasn't been a thing. So I'm open to like a kind of a two-pole idea. And I'll say this last thing, because I know I'm rambling on right now, but like I have genuinely always believed that we will never have a complete holistic representation of the Earth. That is not how I interpret it at all.
No, flat earthers never will. I agree with you there, Austin, because you're starting from the wrong premise. The correct premise would be follow the evidence.
I think that ground is way too big. It's way too big. It's like to think that we can do that. The only reason we even have that as a goal is because we were given some alleged answer. It's actually a pretty preposterous notion to think that we should be able to know exactly how the whole sky and ground works in relation to each other. And exactly.
It's not hard at all. We already got it figured out. Anyway, now we've got Dick Wayne here. Says, air falls down. Where is this observed? Can you provide the physical demonstration that shows it? I certainly can. Glad you asked. So I have on my smartphone here. This is an iPhone 13. So iPhone 16 is currently the newest, so it's not a rather new iPhone. And here we go. Is this the one? So, no, that's not the one. This has a barometer in it. So let's see here. Let's get the barometer going. There it is. All right. Very nice. Now, okay, I'll start it there so we have a little baseline while I explain this to you. So falling down would be is a little bit of a common parlance for being accelerated down. So air is accelerated down because air has mass. And everything with mass is attracted to everything else that has mass, and being that the Earth is the nearest large source of mass, it's the thing that we are primarily attracted toward. So here is down here. Okay, here's my cell phone. I'll get it just on the edge of the screen there. So there's the baseline for the pressure. Okay, now the air is falling down here. There's more pressure because there's air up here pushing down on it. All right, so the air pushing down on this right here, there's air here, that's pushing down on the air here and pushing down on the air here. Right, so we've got this vertical stack. Now, right here, it's measuring the pressure at this location. Right, now, give it a second. All right, now move it up. Pressure took a dive. See that? So there is a real-time demonstration of air falling down. The air up here doesn't have as much air above it falling on it as the air here. And I just showed you that. Now watch the pressure change again. Look at that. Pretty cool. Real-time demonstration. Anybody that has a smartphone with a barometer in it, which isn't that hard to find since my 4-year-old iPhone does it just fine. So there you go, Dick Wayne. Glad that I could provide that for you. So I hope that you don't do the typical flat Earth thing and say nuh-uh. So that matches the globe, that matches gravity, that matches all the predictions of physics as we understand it, physics as it's taught in high school and college. So if you think it doesn't, then it's incumbent on you to show where it doesn't fit.
Exactly what the entirety of the realm is. Like, that's a pretty wild thing that would have been considered absurd for most of human history. And that's just how I view it. So.
Just one last question. If it is a dual pole, do you think that entails Pac-Man? And if it is Pac-Man, is that a deal breaker for you, or would you be okay with Pac-Man?
No, I don't resonate with Pac-Man at all, and I don't think it would require it per se. But it's going to really get into like exactly like what is the sun, right? Like
doesn't. Oh, sorry.
What is the sun? Notice he didn't consider that people actually travel between countries here, both on the surface of the water and under the surface too, of course, and on airplanes. He didn't think about that. He only is thinking about the sun.
Where we see it, like what is it, and how does that relate to what we see as the sun? Basically,
Like what map, like what rough, just back of the napkin map could we possibly draw that is a dual pole that doesn't require Pac-Man, like just conceptually?
Well, you're talking about like actualizing the position of the sun, right? Like that's kind of what my answer was. Like what I was explaining right there is to bring up the Pac-Man requires actualizing the sun, meaning where I see the sun, that's like a real physical object with a real physical actual location. And I
Of course, it's a real physical object with a real physical location. Why would it not be? We can all look at it and say, yes, there is heat and light coming from it. We can from different positions, we can triangulate its position. What evidence do you have that it's not? You can look at it through a solar filter and you can see features on it. And Austin Thompson, a former flat earther, has some fantastic video of an entire year. He took photos of the sun and showed it actually rotating, that it's a three-dimensional object, something that an amateur can do if they just care enough. And and Austin recently got a new hydrogen alpha telescope. So looking forward to what he's going to be doing with that.
I just don't necessarily think that's the case. I think there's actually a good amount of evidence that is not the case. And I thought this long before.
There's oh my gosh. He's saying that he thinks that there's evidence that the sun is not a physical object. There's nothing.
I went to Antarctica.
Well, one thing I have a problem with the dual pole model in my mind, in my conception, is that the compasses don't flip when you get to the equator, right? Like, now it just begs the question of like, is the South Pole a different type of, magnetic flux? Like, how come we're only, you know what I mean? How come there's no magnetic? Yeah, but how come there's no attraction to the dual? Like, if it's a dual pole, right? If it's two separate magnetic poles.
Flat earthers have no damn clue how compasses work. It's all just magic to them.
Right. In magnetohydrodynamics, for example, like you would expect some type of attraction to it.
So they actually think here's flat earthers' common misunderstanding, super common. They think that the north end of the north end of a compass needle is just a hunk of metal and that it's attracted to the North Pole. They think that. They actually do. And so now listen to what he's about to say when they're talking about the crossing the equator.
Like with the compass. That's one thing I can't wrap my mind around, and maybe even ask, like, what is a lodestone? Like, is it just because of specific material that's being magnetized towards that certain pole?
Yes.
Right? Or does it apply equally to all poles?
A lodestone is a magnet. It's just a naturally occurring one. Jeez.
Poles? I don't know. But that's what I can't wrap my mind around.
No, I hear you. That idea. If it's like, if it's always attracting to the north, even when you're in the south. Yeah.
Even when you're in the south.
Okay, so this is Biabicles or whatever. He doesn't understand how compasses work. And then Geo, he's like, oh yeah, he doesn't understand how compasses work. Austin isn't jumping in and correcting them. Austin doesn't know how compasses work.
Versus if it was two even poles. Although that is like the way the magnetic field is aligned on the globe Earth model, it doesn't flip at the equator. They would claim it flips at the poles, but not.
No, it doesn't flip at the poles. It's vertical at the magnetic poles. It doesn't flip.
Not at the equator. The way you can line up a magnetic field in different alignments.
Yeah, they say it goes along the longitudinal paths, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we've got Oblate Anvil. Oblate Anvil coming in.
So look on your model, it doesn't flip at the poles on the globe model. Or sorry, it doesn't flip at the equator is what I meant.
You know what it is that a compass needle is a magnet. So the positive side.
Okay. Vapegate PSYOP is the one coming in with the correct answer now.
The compass points to the negative side of the magnet that you're looking at.
And you just color.
So it's not like a.
Yeah, he colored.
It's not a piece of metal. It's not a piece of ferrous metal. It's actually a magnetized piece of metal, and that's why it aligns in the same direction each time.
Yeah, so you're saying
so these people that think they're smarter than all the scientists on the globe didn't understand how a compass needle is actually a magnet that's just aligning with the magnetic field. And this guy, Vapegate Psyop, is the one that had to tell them this. And my guess is that when these people go to sleep, they'll forget all about it. And tomorrow they'll think that a compass is just a hunk of metal that gets attracted to the North Pole.
Positive side is attracted to the negative side of the magnet. Yeah.
Right. So they would just always, if you have a two pole where you have positive and negative, you're just saying it would always align to that.
It will always point to the south. You can get a permanent, the U magnet or a bar magnet. You can get a permanent magnet in your hand and grab a compass in your hand and test it. The needle on the compass will only point to the positive side, because I believe the way that the whatever works.
Right. I mean, you can say positive, negative, but it's north-south, really, is the terminology that's generally used. But you can use positive, negative. I don't know why they're using it, though, because it's a bit unconventional.
Works is actually I think it's the negative side that's supposedly at the north, and the positive side is supposedly at the south. But yeah, the needle will always only point to one side of a permanent magnet in your hand. And if the Earth has a permanent magnet in it, then it would only ever point one direction. That doesn't not make sense. And that was for Beasticles specifically.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it.
But
Beasticle is his name for whatever reason.
Outside of magnetic field and the sun above sun above the land, what possible orientation of the land on the ground could we have that's dual pole and wouldn't require Pac-Manning? Like, what possible orientation would there be?
Well, you could have a shoreline around it that you would run into. That's one option.
Yeah, but can you show an example of that? Just like a rough one?
Nope.
Because everyone I've ever seen, you would have to either travel 20 to 50 times the distance than you think you're traveling, or you would have to Pac-Man across it.
Are you saying east to west or north to south?
Either.
It brings up a good question. What if you go straight north or straight whatever this direction is from here? Right? You can just go here. You go this distance, this direction here. Do you then, boom, show up down here? Is that what happens? Is that what happened? I don't know. Right? If you go off here, what happens when you go off here? Right? If you at 45 degrees, like what if you just go this direction and keep going? What happens? What happens? Do you show up over here? Do you Pac-Man over to there? Right? You go here, waka 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 waka. There I am. Hey, everybody over in Australia. What happens? How does this work? But listen to Geo. It gets nuts. It gets more crazy.
The most common example is the Geo could probably post it. The kind of the map you post sometimes, it's a dual pole with a pole on the top and the bottom, right? If you've sail left off the side of the map, you're just going to be teleported to the right side of the map.
Like this one. There's a bunch of these. If you look at the list of map projections on Wikipedia, there's at least 7 or 8 that have a layout similar to this. This is an equal area, equidistant from the equator. It basically makes the Pacific Ocean a ring around the outside. But I'm just saying, that guy Kazra, who did a whole presentation on this, he was suggesting that there's a shore of ice around that whole thing. But that would then mean that you would run into ice. Like if you went on the equator directly west, you would hit some kind of shore, which wouldn't be Antarctica, because Antarctica is a continent. So that's one idea he had said. But the sun going straight at the
So Geo is posting the exact same map right here.
Equator would still have to do something. I mean, Arwen talks about an infinite hyperloop idea kind of thing, which is just interesting in the way toroidal fields work.
So what would the sun do on the solstices? So here's what I've seen as the explanation for this map, that starting at the northern hemisphere solstice or equinox. So on March 21st, the sun will go across this line approximately, right? And then it'll get over to here. And then what happens to the sun? Well, uncertain. Either it goes off and Pac-Man's over, boom, to the other side, or maybe it follows these lines here. This line here is the 15 degree north latitude line. See that? See how that goes wacky like that? This is 15 degrees north. So let's say that the sun, whatever day it is, in between, after the March equinox, at some point, it's going to follow the 15 degree north. So for days and days, it'll go and follow a weird, way big trace around here, but then it'll follow this line on the 15th latitude north approximately for a day, right? So here it is where somehow there is daytime in the southern hemisphere in New Zealand when the sun is right here. Right? The sun is right here and it's daytime in New Zealand. How does that work? No damn clue. Magic. That's all they got. But then anyway, then it keeps following this path of 15 degree longitude, right? And then it hooks around here like that. Now, the problem, of course, with this map is that we know very well that there is each 1 degree of latitude north-south, there is 60 nautical miles. But you can see on this map, if you're over here, 15 degrees north latitude, right there, and then you go south from here, which is going to follow this line of longitude to the equator, this distance here just got dramatically warped, completely mangled, right? But because it was selected to put Africa, the prime meridian here, and we've got the distribution of land masses is somewhat not distorting these continents enough that you're like, oh, well, I can recognize them. Australia is not recognizable here, right? Why is it that Australia always gets shanked when it comes to flat earthers? I don't know. Anyway, so that's how it would work. It would go around in circles like this, right? Little bit tighter until it got over the Tropic of Cancer, and then it would circle bigger, and then on September 21st, it would go across this line here, and then boom, start going in this direction here, going around Antarctica. So like that's how we get the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Really? Because when the sun is here over New Zealand, near New Zealand on that day, right? Whatever day it is, say it's the December 21st, right? The sun is somehow over here near New Zealand, right? Or, it's on the Tropic of Capricorn, which is farther this direction. On that very day, there is sunlight in Anchorage, Alaska, right up here. How? Magic. Always damn magic. Everything is magic for Flat Earth. They're like, oh, this one really resonates with me. Oh, I like this particular one because it resonates. That's what Austin's saying. It resonates with him. But it's how can it?
But that still is like Pac-Man-esque, in a way. Because how would
that's basically a Pac-Man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't see how anyone, including Witsit, could say that a dual pole doesn't ultimately entail a Pac-Man effect. Like I think any dual pole that I've ever seen basically requires a Pac-Man effect. Or sometimes when you travel 20 to 50 to 100 times further than you think you travel.
Yep, distances get completely warped.
Yeah, like I said, so okay. So,
all right, is he going to explain it? Is he going to?
So that is actualizing the sun, bro. Right.
He didn't talk about the sun. He talked about humans traveling.
So it's like, I don't necessarily think that that's the case. So for me, it is still on the table, like the north and the center. We go south out away from that in every direction, and we go out towards where we eventually hit a lot of ice, and that can have many variations. There can be what people call Antarctica out there, and ice, who knows. But
wait, so he's back on the AE map. Let's listen again.
Center, we go south out away from me. Okay, so that is actualizing the sun, bro.
The sun is, you can actualize the sun. That's perfectly fine because it's an actual thing.
Right. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that that's the case. So for me, it is still on the table, like it's
still on the table, like and they listen to this description.
The north in the center, we go south out away from that in every direction, and we go out towards where we eventually hit a lot of ice, and that can have many.
Okay, so this right here, that's what he's talking about.
Variations. There can be what people call Antarctica out there, and ice, who knows. But and then once you get towards the perimeter, right, that there's some type of dome optics that take place and gives us this phenomena. Now,
dome optics, those are just magic words. You might as well just say magic, because what are dome optics? Whatever you hope and dream them to be in order for your problems to be solved. Again, remember, you don't get into the realm of Occam's razor, because that's not a viable explanation. That's just magic, just saying magic.
Now, at that point, you would say, well, that's pretty convenient. What a coincidence, right? That you get this symmetry, this optical symmetry that's basically a deceptive illusion, just because you get towards the perimeter or towards like the ends, if you will, ostensibly, and you get like some type of dome optic effect that causes that. But what I know personally is that I just went to one place and I saw the sun.
I only went to one place and I saw the sun. Everybody, to not be able to extrapolate this is ridiculous. This is everybody that is at 80 degrees south latitude on the days we were there will have the same experience, just shifted in time, right? The sun will be due south at a different time for them. Everybody will see that. You know that. You can't actually for 1 second be honest and think that can't be extrapolated. You can extrapolate, and Jaron figured it out. Jaron's like, he extrapolated. He's like, yeah, and if I followed the sun, if I picked the sun, if I measured its angle when it was at its lowest, and I walked that direction for 700 miles, just every day, there's the lowest, go that direction. Walked that way for 700 miles, where would you wind up? He's like, I will wind up at the spot where the sun does circles around me and it doesn't vary in elevation. It stays at the same elevation for a day, approximately. He figured that out. He's like, oh yeah, where would that be? What would that mean? That would be here. That would be here. Jaron got it. He extrapolated that. But Austin won't extrapolate that. He's like, I only went to one place. That's all I can say. All right, let me read this here. Addicted to Globing said, I heard Joe Hanvey had a new model, something Jaron told me. Have you seen it? I haven't been able to find anything from Hanvey for several months. So yeah, Joe Hanvey's YouTube channel doesn't have a whole lot. For I think it's like 5 months since there was anything. Let me look here. Yeah, so here you go. You got the most recent video here is 5 months ago. Moon phases, crater shadows, and the visible unlit portion, right? He's off in the weeds here and not talking about the dome. He says the moon is a projected focal point of plasma that is concave. Our moon is not a spherical spinning corkscrewing dust. Oh my gosh, it's plasma now. So when flat earthers say, show me pressure without a container, well, the flat earthers that say the moon is plasma, well, there you go. There's pressure without a container. The moon is plasma, they say. This is the fourth law of Flurf. It can't be both. You can't say it's impossible to have a pressure without a container and then to also say the moon is plasma. Anyway, there's his YouTube. Now Hanvey has a Facebook and he's blocked me, so he's super brave. So I can't see it. I guess I could go with an unlogged in account, or somebody else could go check. Somebody else go check. Maybe he's got something. I don't know. Jiffy Cone says, to be fair, I timed him out too for 10 seconds. Yeah, it's so tempting because Dick Wayne is, such a first name. Says, I lived on the coast for more than half my life. I've never observed the moon and sun dragging the oceans around. Oh my gosh. You wouldn't standing at the ocean. You would just see the effects of it. You would see tides. Oh, where can this be observed? Sounds crazy awesome. You can see the effects of it. But if you need to actually see it with your eyeballs, well, you can't see it from there. But that's not how people figure things out, Dick. What you do is you extrapolate. This thing that flat earthers can't do, they lack the capability of doing it. Extrapolate. You look and you measure the tides at different spots. And you say, oh my goodness, look at that. We've got a pattern here that matches the Earth's rotation and the position of the moon. Ooh. And you know what? We've got variations in peak and valley at high and low tides, right? Why do we have variations? Oh, well, look at this. It also matches a secondary alignment between when the sun and moon are lined up or when the sun and moon are not lined up. We've got higher high tides when the sun and moon are lined up and lower high tides when the sun and moon are not lined up. This is how you figure things out. But flat earthers can't figure things out. They start with the premise, Earth flat, and then whatever doesn't match, they just ignore. Instead of following the evidence, hey, look, we've got a correlation between the sun and moon and highest high tides, and a correlation between the sun and moon not being in alignment and lower high tides. Oh, well, what could that mean? That could mean some things. Let's do some hypotheses and see which ones match observations. It's really awesome when you can think through things like that. It would be sad to be a flat earther to not be able to understand that kind of stuff. To have this just be a magical black box for them. Oh, so disappointing to have that life. Stiggy Sigwald says, I'm going to get me one that says Toon and has an outline of Lake Titicaca. If you know, you know. That's a good idea. The Drug Debunk Show says, but my upward vector. Hi there, Drunk Debunk Show. How you doing? Siggy again comes and says to think of those brave Vikings that got to America 500 years before Columbus, and then this collection of morons talking about compasses and the Earth being flat, getting it all wrong. Yeah, they wouldn't survive as Vikings. Vikings wouldn't have put up with their crap. Vikings would have been like, oh hey, yeah, you want to come on? You want to come with us on the? We're gonna go on a raiding journey. We're gonna go. You want to come with us? Yeah. All right. Then that guy'd never come back. That'd be it. Like it wouldn't be timing you out, Dick Wayne. The Vikings would be throwing you out, right? And no land, nowhere near land, throwing you out. Yep. Get the hell out. You're full of crap, Dick. Roger that says last month with Grandpa. And then a saluting face. Is this is your grandpa, has he passed away, or is he like at the end? Well, whatever it is, if that's what it is, very sad for you. It's tough. It's tough. All my grandparents are gone, and I remember them fondly, and I remember when all of them went, and it was tough. It was tough. So it's different with grandparents because, they weren't the ones punishing you usually. I mean, some people were raised more by their grandparents, but, you didn't have that clashing sometimes. Like I didn't have that with my parents much, but, I wasn't the bad kid. We've got an update from Evil Producer 1. Says the screen on my laptop went to hell. I need a drink. And here is that drink. Ladies, that tingly feel on your lips and Regina can only mean one thing. You've been sucking on Mikey Smith's authentic Canadian mezcal style tequila. Mezcal, sorry. Hold on a second. I gotta fix that. It's oh, this is hilarious. All right, hold on. It's kind of cropped. I'll fix it. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. There you go. You can see instead of a worm in the bottle, it's got something else down in the bottle there. At Mikey Smith LLC, we put the uck in Canuck. Not responsible for throwing up a little in your mouth. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Tequila. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh. Gross. Null says, I hope you check Discord semi-often. I sent you something you might find fun. I do semi-often. That's about it, is semi-often. I'm past the point where I can read everything and respond to everything. I try to read everything, but don't respond. Like I just can't. Sometimes I'm like I feel terrible. Like there's too much, and I don't have enough time in my day. I'm like I could. Should I have an AI respond for me? No, I don't want to do that. Roger that says, here, take another $10 for the oops jar. Thank you for that. Steve Ravel says, why flurfs keep picking on Aussies? Sort them out. Yeah, it's always the Aussies that get shafted by the flurf maps. Jack Fetter says, yes, Joe Hanvey realized he was both a plumber and an idiot, and that his Tupperware map was simply derp. Tupperware map. Jiffy Cone says, I saw the effects of the sun and moon's gravitational pull for myself this past week. The tides rose and washed away my sand mermaid sculpture. The sand mermaid. Hope you didn't get too attached to her. DP Debunk says, Joe Hanvey signature Tupperware set. Coming soon. Oh, that's so good. Siggy Sigwald says, what's with this crown thing in the live chat? So it's a way, it's you get XP. You get XP, and so you can view, let's see, can I? Yeah, there it is. So you can view Pedro Sigwald is the top one there. And of course it's not shown on this screen here. There it is. There it's shown there. So Pedro Sigwald, you got Mark W12, Roger that 7 as number 3, and then other people. So you get oh my gosh, I just noticed Evil Producers. Evil Producers' avatar is a toe with a face on it. Oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, so there's the rankings based on people engaging. So like it shows only the top 50. I wonder has Dick Wayne earned his way up in here? I don't think so. No, nothing. No, he's not there. Anyway, I mean, even Dick Wayne could do it, but you do get a little bit of a boost, I think, by super chatting. I think super chatting gives you a lot of XP. Okay. Roger that says, no, I meant Grandpa Simpson at the end of my name. I'm so sorry. Oh, Grandpa's okay. So Grandpa Simpson is the it's not actually Grandpa Simpson. It's Mark Steele as Grandpa Simpson because I did a little thing where I took an animation of Grandpa Simpson with turned his glasses into sunglasses, because Mark Steele always talks with sunglasses on, because because he knows that he looks like an old tottering idiot that's got Alzheimer's without it and without the sunglasses. And so he always is hiding behind them and says that is protecting himself from the 5G. Of course, it's not. Anyway, so that's what that is from. And so, yeah, you don't, that is moving. At some point, you move to the next one. Siggy says, Giordano Bruno died at the stake for these people to use the freedom to think that this was obtained with blood and say, well, maybe the moon is plasma. Yeah. That's true. Giordano Bruno murdered by the Catholic Church because he dared disagree with them. A lot of it was because of his position on the earth moving instead of the earth being stationary. But I do think there was some other stuff at play there, and I think that he probably was a bit douchey as part of it too. But it doesn't matter. That's not a reason to do that, right? Even Dick Wayne. Dick Wayne just gets timed out. Don't cry about it, because the Catholic Church would have done much worse to you in those days. Dick Wayne. Yeah, it's the religious people that are unfortunately the ones, right? And coming as right, a lot of religious people are some of the most famous names in science. But it's often the church that is holding down the progress, and so the religion, or not just the church, but religious people, and so the religious flat earthers are doing what the church did to Bruno, right? They're trying to hold him down, right? They don't have the political sway to burn people at the stake. So, and then we got Jiffy Cone says, her name was Ripley. She was real to me. I don't know what that's from. But, okay. We got a little more here, and we're going to jump ahead to it in a minute.
If I'm going to logically, if I'm going to grant okay, well, let's say that's the case for the other places that are supposed to see it around there, right? Which I can't actually say, right? I only went to one place. One of the very few approved places you can go.
You can go anywhere except the places that are protected areas. And even in those areas, if you really want, you can go there. Those areas are primarily on the coast, and they are nature preserves, basically. There's some particular fauna that's here, some plant life. Or over here, it's where some particular animals live or wildlife live, or they go there to do, spawning or whatever it is, right? That's the primary places where they have a you can't go here without without actual approval. And it's just to protect the wildlife primarily. Secondarily, it's to protect historic locations. So there are some of the early explorers built structures, and those structures are now protected. And you can't just go into those structures without a reason. But you still can. This is what's really important. You still can. If you're like, well, I need to go in there for whatever reason, go talk to them and say, I'd like to go in, and explain why. Now, if you think that inside of Shackleton's hut is the edge of flat Earth, then you're insane. Right? And that's where they're actually, that's where they're hiding something. It's not. There's photographs. If you really want, you can get some photographs. They're online. They're easy to find. But those are very small areas. But flat earthers, there's one place that they think is important. 90 degrees south. You can go there. It's not prohibited. You can go there. And you don't need permission to go any particular place in Antarctica. You need to do it right wherever you go. So we went to Union Glacier, and ALE had already done it right for us. And so we just got to, take advantage of the doing it right that they'd already done. They had already scouted the place. They'd already make sure that it was safe to go so that you don't litter corpses around. They took care of bringing in fuel and food and supplies, and they take care of bringing out fuel tanks, empty fuel tanks, and used food, and garbage supplies, right? Taking them out, all of those things, right? They did those things. Now they didn't have to go and get approval. They just said, well, we're going to do it here. We're going to do it here. Whatever. There's nothing in the treaty that says that any particular place, other than the spots that are protected, need to be, granted permission from anybody. So that's not a thing. You can go anywhere you want. But if you're going to go somewhere else, you need to do it right. And doing it right means you need to bring everything in and out with you. You don't get to litter. If you need fuel, you don't get to leave the fuel tanks there. You've got to bring them with you or arrange for them to get picked up. Okay. But where do you want to go? Do you want to start on the coast and drive a vehicle that's, designed and will do well in that environment? You can. Where do you want to go? You want to go just straight towards just straight south? You can. Now, are you going to make sure that are you not going to make sure that you won't fall in a crevasse? Well, that might be an issue. Other people might say, no, we don't think you should do that, because if you aren't being careful, you could just drive that vehicle right into a crevasse, and then you're going to litter it there. You're just going to leave it because say it's too deep to go retrieve. Now, great. You just left some trash in Antarctica. Or, you might even be in it. And if you're not having anybody do logistics for you, you might just plop yourself down at the bottom of a 500-foot crevasse with a vehicle. Awesome. Now you've littered your corpse in addition to the car. So no, you need to be better than that and take care of Antarctica better than that. You can go there. You just can't be sloppy and lazy about it. So do a radar survey to make sure that isn't the case. There you go. You can go there now. So, the treaty is pretty basic. It doesn't say a ton. It says freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica, and cooperation toward that end as applied during the International Geophysical Year shall continue, subject to the provisions of the present treaty. There you go. No big deal. So, all right. So Dick Wayne, I prefer typing. I get to choose my words carefully. I don't get easily angry at you people's childish nonsense in type. Well, Dick Wayne, that's why when you proposed doing a typed debate, I accepted. Why don't you accept that? Let's do that. Let's have a typed debate. We can do it over email. It can take as long as it needs to take. Right? All right. DP Debunk says, Witsit present for you in Discord DM. Old school. Oh, this is, let me check. Let me grab that. I'll put it here and we'll watch it. We'll watch it. Will we? It's WebM. Let's make sure that it plays.
Witsit the platypus laps his duck's bill. Went to Antarctica, became a globe shill. Einstein was wrong, so was Newton too. And somehow GPS still works for you. What does he mean? Nobody knows. A quantum delusion, a circus of prose. Maybe he's trolling, maybe he's lost. Maybe left his brain in Antarctica's frost. Why said the platypus? What did he say? Something about physics or something insane. Logically thinking like ships in the sea. What he says, they just sink cause they're heavy or sea. It's just electrostatic, Hollywood road, density's relevant. I leave a house, perspective emotion. Therapy displays expectation, let me prove it. While quickly slowly, there are cells. You look, aptitude for math, bro. I gotta go late. 160 IQ, objectively, bro. Return.
Oh, love it. Witsit the Platypus. Coming to a vape store near you. Thank you, DP Debunks. Very nice. Okay. Now we're going to jump up to the goods here. 142.
And of course, because that's exactly what the Globers wanted, you know?
Hey, speaking the truth, does anyone know if Lisbeth actually did switch back to Globe, or if that's just something Duffy ran with?
She didn't, from my perspective. She basically just like said this more. She has like a more ambiguous stance now, where she's just like, I don't know what it is. I'm not claiming to know exactly what it is, but I still don't just believe the story we were told. That's the last I heard of that. And actually,
yeah.
Well, you know what? I can read the actual text that she typed. So give me a second here. I'll pull it up. There we go. December. Here it comes. So we have a Telegram group that we all used to communicate. So jumping, there's plenty in here. Got to jump around. All right, I'm looking for. So this was it after after all of the especially the flatzoid stuff. Lisbeth was very disgusted by that. So I had it earlier, but now it's jumped. Of course. Come on. Where'd it go? All right, there it is. I think I found the approximate spot. All right. Quote from Lisbeth. Quote. I won't put it on screen. I'll just quote it. I can say this confidently now that I'm not a flat earther. Unquote. I'm an I don't know and I want to learn, so I'm taking myself back to school and don't give a F what people think earther. We're allowed to change our minds. I know I'll get backlash for it, and quite frankly, I don't care because I've gotten backlash just for coming back and reporting the truth of what the sun does in Antarctica. I also don't care about the beliefs or the opinions of internet trolls who don't throw 2 cents toward my water bill and do nothing for my own life, let alone theirs. I meant it when I said I was on my journey for truth, and perhaps I had to go through all these things these last few years, and perhaps I did get dragged through the mud a little bit to bring certain things into perspective. So there it is. I'm not saying that I know anything, but it feels so liberating to just say it. So there you go. That was one of the last things she said in our chat there. So, yep. At that point, she didn't know. I don't know where she is today. She hasn't said. I haven't checked.
Tried to, like I actually asked someone directly that would know, and they were like, "What? No, she didn't flip back to the globe." So,
well, Duffy was running that on. I don't know. A couple people were running that on their videos.
No, ex-flat earther is what Duffy said. Ex-flat earther is what I said. She escaped. That's it. She escaped the cult. That's all that Duffy said.
But she was on like the top of the list of people who've already switched. You know, the people that went, 2 of them flipped. Like, okay.
Yeah, she flipped. She's not a flat earther.
Yeah, I think Toon was saying that too. But she's still on that Clubhouse thing, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, she's still an admin there.
Yeah, dude, and Duffy like hates me. I don't know, like he didn't ever really want me to go anyway, because I think he kind of knew the whole time I wasn't going to be the one that would never flip. And
whoa, hey, now here's just conjecture.
It really like hurts the story, right?
He probably got a bonus.
He really wanted me to flip. He said a lot of things afterwards as well, trying to convince me to flip. And yeah, I think he just doesn't like me at all. And obviously, like,
well, I don't blame him.
It was just like incredibly dishonest, right? Like, ripped the debate, immediately put it up on YouTube. I emailed him. I'm like, what are you doing? You're like stealing. Like, what are you doing?
How hard do you think it is for Duffels, like, as a Christian in a community primarily of atheists?
I've asked him that face to face.
A community primarily of atheists. Let's be clear here. There are 8 billion people that know the Earth is a globe, and more than half of them are non-atheists. So it's a community primarily of non-atheists, if you're going to be like that.
Face. And he's just like totally a coward, bro. He was like, oh yeah, well I could agree with you guys on pretty much everything except for this, which is why I'm doing this. You know, it's like, oh, that's funny because every time any topic comes up, any topic.
He's talking about Duffy here. Any topic at all. Has Will Duffy, has he gone with with people on any topic, or has he taken a stance that's maybe different than people that is the primary position in this community on some things, right? Things I disagree with, fine. But I think he's principled enough to say that he isn't, and I think we can all see this. He hasn't just said, okay, so what Witsit is saying is wrong when it comes to Age of the Earth, for example.
Around them, you like enable it, agree with it, go along with it.
Did he do that for Age of the Earth? He did not. Austin, just making up stuff.
Right? It's like, I asked him this multiple times in multiple different ways throughout the trip. I'm like, I'm so perplexed. I also said something to MCToon to his face about it. I'm like, how exactly do you level?
Listen what Austin is about to say about you. There's 515 of you listening right now, watching right now. Listen to the message Austin has for you.
Being a Christian, quote unquote, and then all of your, like the vast majority of your followers being like sadistic, like, you know, dogmatic atheists.
Sadistic, dogmatic atheists. That's you, apparently, according to Witsit.
You know, old Earth evolutionary atheists. And he would just say, they're not all atheists. That's not true. There are people that believe in the Bible in my chat, you know?
Well, that's true, isn't it? And I don't know how many of them, how many of y'all are sadistic and or dogmatic atheists. Dogmatism is rather the thing that atheists really don't like, right? At least from what I know about the atheists I've talked to, they don't like dogma. Dogma is the thing that atheists try to get rid of, right?
So whatever. I called MCToon out for a lot of stuff. And anyway, I reached out to MCToon. I was like, dude, why are you just like stealing the debate? Like you can't do that. You can't steal. He said it's fair use. I'm like, no, it's not. It's behind a paywall, dude. You stole it. It's like,
oh, wait a second. Is there a provision in the fair use part of the copyright law that says that talks about paywalls? I'm unaware of this paywall being anywhere in there.
Do you think you can just go grab a documentary on Netflix and post it on your YouTube channel as long as you comment on it? That's not how that works. You can go pay $3.99 for a movie and then post it on your YouTube as long as you say something about it. That's not fair use is. So I mean, this dude sucks. I'm like, no, you just straight up stole it. And I could have content ID'd it, which where anywhere it popped up, it would have been read, but it's like really tricky. If you didn't post it on YouTube, you have to actually find a way to be able to help YouTube's algorithm identify the content, even though it's not on their platform, and it requires like weeks in advance. I didn't know all that. So anyway, I was like, whatever, it's just an L. I just have to take the L. And
yeah, he's used to taking L's from me. Oh, hold on. This is one of my favorites. He hates this. Yeah. He hates this one. Let's see here. Right. There we go. Every time I have an interaction with him, I repost this because hold on. There you go. You got to see the bottom. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate when you take the L. All right.
I'll probably stream tomorrow and review the debate. So I think
so this was a couple days ago. He posted the debate on his YouTube channel, but has not yet reviewed it, has not live streamed. His most recent live stream, I think, is about a month ago.
I'll post it. I'm sure it's already out where everyone's seen it at this point, but I'll like officially post it on my channel.
You should do a review.
And then I'll review it tomorrow night. Yeah. But anyways, then I was like, and also you just like totally lied with the whole money you were supposed to pay my attorney. And the dude just straight up doubled down on lying about that too. So I'm like, dude, you're just like the worst person ever, you know?
Dude, that would be the simplest thing for him to concede, just to like come off as a genuine person. Because he came in here and was just like, oh, I'll pay up to like 5 hours or something for a lawyer. And you're like, oh.
Now, here is the thing. I posted a video back when this came out with screenshots with the things that I said, and I'm gonna find them here, a couple of them. And so all of this is a reinventing of what actually happened. I said I want them to email me. That was what I said. I want them to email me. Right? And Austin didn't hear that. He didn't read that. Instead, he just he emailed me and said, "Send me the money." But anyway, let's see. I have a folder for it. I've a couple folders in here that I need to find. You know, everyone's, there's I'll give you a couple of these as I fall through them. Jesus. Oh my gosh. This is too good. I'm sorry. I just can't stop laughing. These are too good. All right. I'm looking for it. All right. There's this. Is it in here? There it is. All right. Here's the folder. There it is. So let me see here if I have my specific thing in this folder here that I said. Now, I didn't take a screenshot of what I posted on Discord because they're talking about that. Anyway, let's see here. All right, we'll go back to this. I found the folder so I can show the stuff as needed.
Okay, cool. Send a check, and then he changed their.
That's not what I said.
Requirement to like, oh yeah, your lawyer has to send me a bill directly through email or some bullshit like that, right?
Well, dude, it's so much worse than that because like I actually didn't just like eagerly agree. I said no. I said, dude, okay, I don't want to take your money. What are you doing, dude? Like, I'm not lying. I promise you. You know, I have an attorney. I've talked to him. Just let it go.
So I said, could someone just ask Austin for his attorney's contact info, please? That was the thing I was asking for.
So I kept telling him no until.
Oh, and I said, once I get the attorney's contact info, I'll just ask for the official bill to be mailed to me. This is what I posted on Twitter September 4.
Let it go. And he thought that meant that he had caught me lying. So he like rippled down on it, started.
I did catch him lying.
Making videos and posts everywhere about how I was a liar and had been exposed. And then like tons of people were coming to me trying to get a hold of you. And he was like stalking me and like, you know what I'm saying? So like he like forced me to engage with it.
Yeah.
And then I did.
Then, yep. All right. So let's look a little bit here. Let's see. This is the kind of stuff that was kicking around on Twitter here. This was what date was this? September 4. It's not on screen, but this was on September 4, right? According to this contract, if my flights to South America were canceled for some unforeseen reason, I would be financially liable for all expenses. It lists specific events to provide exception, which legally means everything else that is not specifically listed would result in, and he's deleted this tweet, so I can't read the rest of it, but it actually is the opposite. It says you would not need to pay if the trip was, if the flight was canceled, as an example. Here is again, September 4. On X, he tweeted, he posted this September 4, 7 hours ago. So this screenshot I took at 2:23 p.m. Central Time. So at 7 hours prior to that, so sometime 8 a.m. maybe Central Time, he posted this, right? Quote, I'm already looking over the contract with my attorney. Okay, September 4. September 4. Now, this is important. September 4. Oh my gosh, this is so damning. This is all right. You need to get the timing on this. So just a second, I need to make sure it's the right one. Okay. So then I posted December 26th because I wanted to wait. I didn't want this to be something before that, because when this was going down, I wasn't going on the trip, and then I went on the trip. So I'm like, I'll deal with this after. So I asked Will, hey, can you send a screenshot? So he sent a screenshot. Wednesday, September 4, 10:24 a.m. So this would be Mountain Time for Will, which would be 9:24 a.m. for me, right? And now this was at 8 a.m. for me. 9 a.m. for me, 8 a.m. for me. So 8 a.m., Austin said, I'm already looking over the contract with my attorney. An hour later, he says to Will, as of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. Before final agreement, in the future, sometime in the future, I would want to discuss it with my attorney. So he has not yet discussed it with his attorney, according to what he's telling Will an hour later. You see that? You see the problem there. So I put these two together here. This is even worse because it's on September 1st. September 1 says, I'm looking over the contract with my attorney. He tried to slip in that we would be liable for the entirety of the costs if anything were to happen. No, he didn't. I read the contract. But now we have established that you're literally just yet another liar. I will go back to not knowing you exist. I don't know who he's talking to here. Anyway, and then, of course, here's the screenshot from 4 days later. 4 days later, 3 days later, actually. As of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. So let's look at this here. All right, so here's a little thing. So let's do a Venn diagram. We've got right here. Here's a circle here. And so this is the people that are looking at it, right? So let's see. There's the people looking at the contract. Let's see here. I want to move it. Come on, let me move it. There we go. People looking at the contract. Here we go. Here we go. Just me. There you go. Nice. Okay, so now we've got... Oh, no. I don't want it to overlap. It can't overlap. There we go. People not looking at the contract. There we go. And that would be then Austin's lawyer, who's not looking at the contract. So see, there you go. Okay, so there's the Venn diagrams. For anybody confused about how it works here, we've got, let's see, let's get it back here on screen. There it is. Okay. So we've got, as of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. Looking at the contract, just me. And then people not looking at the contract, Austin's lawyer. So there we go. There's what he told Will on September 4. So, got a. Is that a bug? No, it's not. It is a. It's a little fuzz floating around. So there you go. Good job, Austin. Also, I could do a Venn diagram for this one here on the left, but I think you could get that. This diagram on the left would be inside here. We'd have Austin's lawyer inside here, not the whole circle, just the lawyer. So how does that happen? Obviously, that can't happen. And I knew on September 4 that Austin had said this to Will. And I had read that on September 1st, he had said this on X. I knew he was lying. So when it comes to paying his lawyer, I will take this one here, what he said when he was speaking with the person who he was negotiating the contract with. I'll take that one. That's the one that I will take, and I will pay based on this right here. And my offer was paying for up to 5 hours of lawyer's time prior to September 4. Well, and he said, as of now, it's just me looking at it. There you go. Jack better. I'm trying to make them look a little potatoey because everybody needs a little dearth. So anyway, there we go. There is the goods. The goods there. So that is the context behind this.
And we don't have to cover all that. It's just so ridiculous. That whole thing is so ridiculous because it's like Yeah, like someone, I was just on X and someone was like, oh, Witsit won't even say yes or no yet. We've all been waiting. I'm like, dude, there was nothing to even say yes or no to until like yesterday, right? There's not even a contract yet. Like they sent me a contract like yesterday and it's totally not agreeable terms. So that's to be
I think he deleted that chat. Like I'm looking in the search history and I remember specifically he said he used the words lawyer and I think it was 5 hours, but he used hours in the text. I'm typing the search here and it's gone. He must have deleted it. Like,
I didn't delete it. I can't be bothered to delete it.
Just to give you an idea.
I mean, I screenshotted it. It's on my webpage. It's on a video.
Just like what kind of person he is. And people do this to me a lot. Like he knows that it's most likely that I just won't engage. Like he knows, like to him, it's worth it that he be exposed as being a complete liar with this.
Who is exposed as the liar here, Austin?
Because he knows that all of his people will just be like, well, whatever, it's Witsit, he deserves to be trolled, right? It's worth it if I were to like spotlight him on my channel, right? Like if I were.
Well, I gotta say, it is worth it to spotlight him on my channel. And I think 538 of you agree.
To do a whole thing exposing how MCToon was supposed to pay me for my training, it's like content about him, and he knows that I specifically.
Yeah, he's farming.
Yeah, he knows I don't want to do that at all, and I'm not gonna do it, and so
they're on to me. I'm farming.
He's banking solely on like I'll take the high road. I won't really make a big deal out of it, and I'll never post about it. So he's like, okay, then I can just like lie unimpeded. That's all it is. And like
So when you were there meeting him for the first time, no, it's not the second time. You might have been Texas for the first time, I think, right? Or Colorado, wherever.
Now, this is not. I did not meet Austin in Colorado. Listen to Austin's response to that. We didn't meet in Colorado. The very first time we met was in Chile.
The debate, the Christian debate. But when you were there in Antarctica,
Austin just said, "Oh yeah."
Was he cordial with you? Did you like shake his hand?
Yeah, no,
dude. Demon.
Dude, every time I meet him, he's like.
Every time, the one time we met.
Super like nice to a point like it's
extra
like
nice.
Yeah,
because you're making him money. That's why.
No, I can tell he wants to be my friend, bro.
He's a true man.
So, like,
nope.
Yeah, this whole persona online is totally fake. And like, dude, I called him out.
So I'll tell you this: in Antarctica, for the reason of the trip, I was intentionally being very focused, being very reserved in talking to him. I was not engaging. When he would start going, I would back off. I was kid gloves the whole time. I was being so careful every second. I talked with people before I went to just, like, I don't want to just start trashing him. I don't want that, because the trip is more important than that. And that the trip is good, and we'll put all this into it, all this effort into it, right? And if Austin got treated the way he should get treated, he would have left. He would have cried and taken all of his toys and gone home.
Out for it, and he's like all nervous, like kind of feminine, like beta energy, bro. And then Duffy comes and talks to me about it and just like completely trashes them and buries them. He's like, yeah, I had no idea.
Things that didn't happen.
Yeah, that MCToon was like this, and I think it's so wrong what he does, and how he just got like a totally different fake persona online, and he's so mean, and he's dishonest about things and all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah, Will said all that stuff in your dreams.
And he's just saying that to me because then we get back around where everyone's around, and all of a sudden Duffy has amnesia and gaslights me and has no idea what I'm talking about. And MCToon's a great person, He sat there and talked to me and Jaren about it, though, about how, like...
Beast Militia says, you guys agreed to table the beef until after the trip, and he's acting like that never happened. Yes, exactly. I agreed to table it. I specifically said that. And yeah, he's like... Yep.
Like, how, like, crazy he was. So... Anyways, what's crazy about the whole attorney thing is, like, it actually does amount to, like, $1,500 or something. And basically the part that's messed up about it is that he brought...
Wait, how could it be $1,500? wait a second, that can't be the case, because you said this to Will. You said this to Will on September 4, and I said I'll pay for attorney fees prior to September 4 at 8 a.m. Florida time, right? And right here, very clear. You said, Austin said to Will, as of now, it's just me looking at it. So how could you have any attorney fees prior to September 4 when you made it very clear, right? The Venn diagram doesn't lie, right? It's just me looking at it, Austin. Just me. And over here, we've got your lawyer who is in the group of people not looking at the contract. I don't know how that could be the case, Austin. Something is wrong. Something's going wrong, Austin.
Brought my attorney in it, and like, dude, my attorney is my homie. You know what I'm saying? He's like a unicorn, and he's super cool. And I've been with his family, all that, and he just like has my back on like some GP, like good principle, like good faith, has my back, supports what I do. I help wake him up to stuff like that, and he like is always looking out for me.
Yeah, so his attorney is a flurf, by the way.
Like if he sees something happening, he'll call and be like, hey man, how can I help you with this? I know I can always call him about anything going on. And even though he's super busy.
No, he has a real attorney. I know who he is. He's a flurf. He's been on Austin's channel. A flurf attorney.
Has like, you know, priority paying client.
Yeah, he did say Junicorn. Yes. Also, by the way, Austin thinks that Jews are descended from the Nephilim. He thinks that the Nephilim are evil, that they used to be giants with red hair because people with red hair apparently are evil, according to Witsit. And they used to have 6 fingers. And that's the Jews. And the real Jews, the actual, that's today's Jews, right? The real Jews, according to Austin, the real Jews are white Europeans. How do I know this? Did I read his mind? I did not read his mind. The way I know is that Austin said it. Let's see here. Where is the Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on. There it is. Got it. Here it is. I posted it on my webpage, on my website. This is Austin's. This is what he thinks about the Jews right here. Right? There it is. On March 18, 2024, Austin Witsit sent his personal religious views about Jews, Jesuits, and Babylonians to big tech. Below is the text followed by the screenshots. You can all read it at your own leisure. There you go. There you go. He said it himself, so I mean it's not that big of a challenge. So here is this is kind of the entry point to the anti-Semitism about it from Witsit. Got this page here, and we've got one more. We've got this Holocaust denial stuff here. I mean, this is his tweet. Austin posted this, right? Anyone have actual proof that H gave an order to, quote, exterminate the Jews by chance? If so, feel free to drop it below. I don't know why you would think that would be something that would be written down. That's the kind of thing that would not be written down, I would think. Anyway, yeah, there's the Holocaust denialism. And that's why when Flat Earth Dave, the non-practicing Jew, brought Austin, the anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, onto a panel with a collection of rabbis and practicing Jews, it was very suspicious. And one of the people that knew Austin specifically mentioned that and asked Flat Earth Dave during that if Dave would at least, I can't remember exactly. It was denounce anti-Semitism or denounce Holocaust denialism, something like that. And Flat Earth Dave, the Jew, would not do it. And in the email exchange that I was invited into after this point, I multiple times asked him, Flat Earth Dave, if he would denounce that. And he would not. Amazing stuff. Really a kind of sad insight into Flat Earth Dave. So, you know, whatever your position is, you know, if you're a Holocaust denier, I'm not too impressed. Witsit, not too impressed. And why would you bring, of all people, why would you bring Witsit onto that panel? He's anti-Semitic. Why would you? There's any number of other people you could have chosen. Oh my God! But yeah, Flat Earth Dave's audience, especially those on X for some reason, are definitely like that, and so I understand, because Flat Earth Dave's religion is money. There he is, right here at a Christian church, to watch two Christian pastors debate. What did he bring with him? He brought with him Flat Earth flyers for his app. These are flyers advertising his app so that people could buy his app. Right? So that's what Dave is there for. And so I understand why he won't take a stance on that, because many flat earthers are of that position. So he knows money goes down, down, down if he were to take that stance. So, all right, is there people getting hot in here? Oh, there's no place like... Yeah, Elisa Marie's pistol. Maybe this isn't the place to be talking like that. All right. Anyway. All right, let's anyway, so all that started with his lawyer is a Jew who he thinks is descended from the evil Nephilim. And Austin thinks that Austin is the true chosen one.
And that pay wise for lots of things. He'll always find a way to help me out. So my point is that, like, that's my homie. And you know, what MCToon did in the situation is basically pull him into it. Everyone knows who my attorney is because he's actually on my channel. And he basically says that my attorney is like a liar and committing fraud.
I said Austin's a liar.
And should be debarred, basically, right? Because
I said nothing of the sort.
It's like he's pretending. He's like writing an invoice for services he didn't actually do. Just straight up fraud. And
so Austin did not watch the video that I published and is saying things about what I said in the video, having not watched it. Austin is misremembering the or maybe he never read my requests about his attorney and reporting fictions of it. Typical for Austin.
He's painting this narrative that we need it in writing and sit in the mail so they can also have mail fraud and stuff. So like now he's brought my attorney's integrity into question publicly in front of tens or hundreds of thousands of people.
Well, your attorney is a flurf. I mean, how much integrity do you have if you think that the earth is flat and have no explanation for how the sun could set if it's always above the flatness? Right? I mean, that deserves nothing more than just public mockery. That's it. That's all it deserves. Right? The ancients at least thought that the sun went under the earth at nighttime, and so that would explain sunset. Right? And so then everybody would have nighttime at the same time. But to have the sun above the flatness all the time, way above it, the sun could never set. So
So that's the part that's messed up about it, actually, right? Because now it's like, well, that's not fair. Yeah, that's not fair at all. So it's not even really about the money. And then so I keep saying, no. And then he just like won't stop. So I'm like, okay, I told MCToon this. I said, dude, if I actually get my attorney involved, you are going to pay it, bro. He's like, dude, I'm dead serious. 100% I'll pay.
More fabrication.
like, okay, he like promised and all this stuff.
Wow. I missed hearing that the first time through. Wow.
So anyway,
nah, none of that.
Super lame because he knows what he did was drag it out and move the goalpost, and he's like, oh no, I need the invoice straight from him. I need the invoice sent like email directly from him. Oh, never mind, I need it in writing. So he like sent him an official invoice, and that wasn't good.
The post on X, which is still there, says I need it to be mailed to me.
Good enough, and then he needed it in writing. My attorney actually goes and gets it printed off, signs it, sends it in physical mail.
It's right down here. I got it.
Wild.
And then had to send it a second time, and then that wasn't good enough. He doesn't respond to it, so then I had to say, yo, what's up? You know, you got that in the mail. What's going on? And he's like, and this is me giving him plenty of time. He would have just never responded. You know, he did this with every part of it, just would never respond unless I made it a point. And then he says, or have the bills payable department, have his bills payable department contact me or whatever, right? So then my attorney like contacts him directly with it and about the invoice and all that, and then he just moves the goalpost again with my attorney. He says, because like the whole premise here was that when the people called me out claiming that I just wouldn't say yes or no for months and months because I was scared.
That had nothing to do with the topic. That was just what was being asked about on X that led into this.
I was like, that's not true at all. I haven't even been sent the contract to say yes or no to yet. And that's, so I haven't been, we're not waiting on me, you know? And I said, I just got the contract. So this whole time it hasn't been my fault. The terms I was sent were not agreeable. And so I said, so on the X, they called my bluff on that. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, I'm looking at it with my attorney. The terms are laughable. They're not agreeable. And so when he saw that I said that, and then later heard me in here saying like, well, before I fully get my attorney involved, I'm really trying to look at it myself and blah, 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 because my attorney told me don't like fully tell everyone that you're looking at it with me because they'll typically be, you know.
So Austin's attorney told him, don't tell that you're working with an attorney. Let's just make sure we understand that.
Don't like fully tell everyone. I'm really trying to look at it myself and blah, 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 because my attorney told me don't like fully tell everyone that you're looking at it with me because they'll typically be.
So Austin just said that his attorney instructed him to lie to Will. Now, in the emails about this, when I was going about this with Austin and his attorney, in the email chain, I specifically asked Austin's attorney, did you tell Austin to lie about whether or not you were talking with him? Because I sent this screenshot. And I did not expect his attorney would confirm that he had instructed Witsit to lie. He did not answer the question at all, as an attorney would. But Austin, I didn't think he's going to do this. Austin just confirmed that his attorney told him to lie to Will. Think about that. I didn't prompt this. Austin just volunteered it. Let's hear it one more time.
Well, before I fully get my attorney involved, I'm really trying to look at it myself and blah, 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 because my attorney told me don't like fully tell everyone that you're looking at it with me because they'll typically be, more prone to work with you and more negotiable, like prone to negotiation, if they don't know you have like an attorney with you, and that might involve his attorney, and it's going to become much more cutthroat. It's going to be much more difficult to actually get something done. So at that point, I'd already said on X, like I'm looking at it with my attorney. So then when I did from that point, I didn't like go out and start lying about it. I just started being like very vague.
It's not vague. This is not vague. This is not vague at all. That is a lie. If you did talk to your attorney about it, that's a 100% lie.
And I also wasn't fully lying because I was going over with my attorney, but I can actually write legal documents pretty well. So I was doing a lot of it, and even
yeah, he's legally adept. That was one of the things that came out in this. Let's see here. I have a screenshot of him saying, oh yeah, here it is. I'm legally adept. Oh, Witsit, you're so legally adept. Oh, that's precious. It's so adorable.
Having him convince me to dumb it down and stuff. So anyway, long and short, he thought he caught me by sneaking in here and listening, or listening on Rumble or whatever. He thought he caught me saying I hadn't talked to the attorney yet. And so he's like, oh, I got him. And so he doesn't really have an attorney, just lying, using that as an excuse as to why he can't go. And obviously none of that was real, right? I just never lied about any of it. So yeah, pretty crazy, man. But then he said, and so yeah, the deal is, if you had not talked to an attorney before this date of the X post, you know? So he moves the goalposts over and over and over.
The goalposts were always the same. It was always the same. It was always, let's see here. Hold on. I have a lot of screenshots here. All right. Let's see. Prior to this I'll pay up to 5 hours of his attorney's hours looking at the TFE contract prior to this post on X from today. And I was responding to I think his post that was I don't know. One of the posts, I don't have the date on this one. Anyway, one of the posts on September 4. So, and I knew. I mean, I knew that he had lied about it.
He thought there was no attorneys, and he found out there was one. And then he said,
I didn't say any of that.
It's an official invoice putting his whole professional reputation on it, right? He'd be committing a crime if he's lying. And then he moved the goalpost again, and then he says, no, it actually had to be before this date. So, dude, then I send him all the receipts. Like, I send him the screenshots of the phone conversations we had when we first talked, the text messages, the emails I sent him, all of them, of course, predating the X post.
So Austin is arguing aggressively that he's lying here. You see that? He's like, I'm going to win by arguing aggressively for lies. Oh.
So then it's just like, now that it's just definitive proof, black and white, right? There's no way around it. So then what he does is moves the goalpost again, and he gets a screen. He gets it because Will Duffy messages me and says, do you care? MCToon's asking for a screenshot of our communications. Do you care? And I'm like, no, you know? And so then he sees when I'm talking to Duffy, and I say something like, okay, before I sign a final contract, I'll want to have my attorney look over it. And MCToon's trying to spin that as if what I'm saying is that I have not had an attorney involved at all yet. But it doesn't say that, right? It just says, okay, prior to me signing something final, I would want my attorney to look at it, because we were going back and forth and changing the contract ourselves. I was doing it with Duffy and his attorney myself.
It doesn't matter, like, if there ever was... See, look, you could go forward and say, I demand payment, or he could demand payment. And then if he wants to go to court for not paying, like, there's what they call discovery. And it would just show that you've had communication with your lawyer, regardless of what you said publicly. Okay, and then they'd have to pay, on top of that, they'd pay whatever surmountable fee there'd be, plus whatever labor that would have been, for court and everything. So they wouldn't do that. He would just pay up the fucking $1,500.
You know what I think?
So here's the question. Will the flatties there look at this and say, oh, but Austin, you lied. This whole thing is just you lied. I mean, Austin already admitted that he lied, and he admitted that his lawyer told him to lie. This is what's so funny about all this.
I think I actually should maybe do is sue him.
That's what I'm saying.
And not just sue him. Yeah, not just sue him for that, though. Not just sue him for the money he owes for covering the fees or whatever. Like, sue him for all the slander and defamation.
What positive reputation does he have that could be defamed?
Right, and then the actual effects on the professional capacity of even my attorney. Right, and also in terms of me, and you can have all kinds of things.
What kind of professional? I mean, I said nothing about an attorney, but what reputation does he have? He's a flat earther. He is humanity's joke. You don't have fame to defame.
right? Duress, distress, emotional distress, all this stuff.
Emotional distress. Oh, poor Austin.
Maybe that's what he actually deserves. And at the pinnacle,
I think you could do it, but if you haven't meticulously filed away all these characterizations and the evidence for it, I just think that like be kind of a waste of time.
Well, I already have it all, right? Because like I went and got it for him. Here he says, so what he said was, it's transformative, fair use, proof you lied, and sends the screenshots. And here's the screenshots. I said, on X, I said, what's going on? On X, I said, why do all of you constantly lie? MCToon and FCFE both declined to go from the jump. I'm looking over the contract with my attorney. He tried to slip in what we would be liable for, or that we would be liable for the entirety of the cost if anything were to happen. But now that we have established that you're literally just yet another liar, I will go back to not knowing you exist. So this is some person on X. And so he takes a screenshot like, oh, I'm looking over the contract with my attorney. And then he has this text from TFE, or with Duffy, right? And it says, for me, it says, okay, as of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. Before a final agreement, I would want to discuss it with my attorney. Anyway, I will have something to you today or tomorrow articulating proposed revisions and concerns. And this is because, again...
So how is he going to here's the thing. He is a master deceiver, right? This is what narcissists do. They tell these... They're constantly telling these stories. They're reaffirming and re-lying new lies to the people that will accept their lies. I won't take them. I see right through it, all of his crap. These two things cannot be rectified. There is no rectification between them. None. It's not possible. But here he is with willing victims. He's about to do it. And if they were paying attention, if they did not want to be lied to, they would call him out. See what happens.
And my attorney said, there's no reason to like announce it like, hey, okay, now my attorney's at the table negotiating with you directly, because that's going to get his attorney involved. It's going to be much more cutthroat. Secondly, it really wasn't a lie, because what happened was I just called and consulted with him.
It really wasn't a lie because I called and consulted with him. Wait a second. That is looking at it with your attorney. He said it really wasn't a lie because it was a lie. This is so narcissistic. This is like textbook.
It to him. He looked over it and called me. So I called him about the idea, and then I sent him the contract. He read it. He called me. We then discussed it. We went through parts of it, reading it together and stuff like that, and just kind of discussed what wasn't acceptable, what was agreeable, etc. And then he said, okay, what I would do if I were you is I would...
So that is not just me looking at it. This is amazing that the audience is sitting there and just playing along.
To write some revisions, and we kind of brainstormed the ideas of like what we would demand, what I would need to demand to protect me, et cetera, et cetera. And then it was just on me, right? So then I was like, okay, I got you. And I started writing revisions, and I actually wrote like super hardcore, like like legally like proficient revisions, and then showed him, and he's like, that's way too much, man. You
know, legally. How come you didn't say legally adept? Is it because we have mocked you for saying that you're legally adept?
They're going to think that came from me or an attorney. So you need to, I would make that way simpler. And I'm like, okay. So anyway.
Change the language.
Yeah. So like, I didn't lie about anything. When I'm talking to Duff, I'm like, okay, right now, it's really just me looking at it right now with my concern.
Except that he went over all of the details about how he spoke with his attorney.
But before I sign a final one, I want to look over with my attorney. Like, that's just true. It's like right now, it is just me.
Except of all the times that you talked with your attorney.
Writing in the revisions, right? Like, so it's like a little gray area there where I'm letting Duffy I'm not.
It's not gray at all. It's pure black lie.
Letting Duffy fully know that I am actively talking to an attorney about it, but it's not dishonest in the fact that I am the one writing the revisions. It's all up to me. I'm the one looking at it. I'm the one that has the concerns. I'm the one sending them in the revisions, right? So anyway, the point is that none of that even matters. Even if
That was the whole point of it, Austin. You don't get it. The whole point of it was you lied. I knew you were lying, and I was just shining a spotlight on your lies. And amazingly, the community that calls themselves truthers just lets the lies wash over them.
I did tell Duffy, even if I had talked to my attorney, but then told Duffy, no, I don't have an attorney. That doesn't matter. The deal was, if you actually have an attorney, I'll cover it. And that's because he was telling me when I was lying about having an attorney and that I was just using it as an excuse to.
None of that was what I said.
Justify not going to the trip so I could claim that my attorney found something wrong with the contract. But
yeah, I don't think that was it at all. Like, I think the whole thing was he was just trying to provoke you into actually signing before the deadline.
No.
So that he could tell his wife and his family if he was going or not.
No, not at all. In fact, they waited. The point was, if they signed before the deadline, I was not going to go. And I told Will that. And it was the day before, right around this time frame here. And I said, look, have they signed yet? Because Will gave him a deadline. And he's like, well, it's this is the deadline. I'm like, well, if they don't sign by that deadline, I think I might go. And Will's like, sounds good. That was it.
I don't believe for a fucking second that like last minute he had decided to go or not. I think that they had always planned on him going.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah. I think he knew the whole time he was going.
Yeah, that's bullshit. His whole story about, oh yeah, his wife was asking him if he was going to go or something. I'm like, bro, this is the most unbelievable.
He was mowing the lawn.
He was mowing the lawn.
I was mowing the lawn listening to Will get interviewed by Hugh Jarse, I think. Was it Hugh Jarse or was it Where's Wally? One of the Aussies. And I'm like, oh, just I want to go. But this is before. I'm like, I didn't want to cause Jaron or Austin to not go.
And his wife calls out, hey, are you going to Antarctica? And he's like tipping lemonade in the middle of the lawn. I don't know. Maybe I should go to Antarctica. It's the most fucking bullshit ever.
Yeah, when he was like obsessing over it the whole time in reality.
Right.
Yeah. So
they're building fantasies. Amazing.
It's whatever. It's just so funny, right? Because it's like it kind of shows he knows his audience is just retarded. Because he knows that he can like post
all 500 of you. There's what he thinks of you.
That proof Witsit lied in the screenshot of what I say on X saying I'm looking over with my attorney, and then the screenshot of the text I sent to Duffy after that saying, okay, it's just what exactly does it say? It says like, okay, it's just as of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. Before a final agreement, I would want to discuss it with my attorney. Anyway, I'll have something to you today or tomorrow articulating proposed revisions and concerns. And
very clearly stating to Will that he has not spoken with his attorney one bit about it. Yep.
So he can just show his audience, look, here's what's it saying. He's looked at it with his attorney and then telling Duffy that right now it's just him, but before the final one, we'll look at his attorney, he lied.
Yep.
And he knows they'll be like, oh, look, Witsit's busted. He's a liar.
Oh, look, Witsit's
a complete
busted.
Red herring, because in reality...
Oh, look, Witsit's busted. He's lying.
MCToon really thought he caught me lying about having an attorney and was so confident.
I never said anything about that.
That he was like, I'll pay for it to prove I was lying. And then I was like, dude, I'm not lying. I don't want to take your money. Just let it go. This is really weird and gay. And he just kept harassing me. Yeah, kept harassing me about it because he thought that was even further proof that he did get to me, right? And that's what actually happened, was that he just messed up, right? He was super confident that I was lying on X, but actually I wasn't.
He was. He was lying.
It has nothing to do with what I did or didn't tell Duffy. He just knows his audience is stupid. And I will say this, he actually doesn't want this to come out because when this was first coming,
I don't want it to come out, yet here I am covering it again. Zumi says, wasn't the first time you met Witless in 2018 at the Flat Earth Conference, the one you got threw out of because of Austin? No, Austin was not in the Flat Earth community in 2019 when I went to the conference in Dallas. It wasn't 2018. Austin didn't show up until maybe a year later. Late 2019. Was it hold on a second. Maybe it was a couple months later that he showed up, but no, Austin was not at that convention. He was not. Yeah, so I think that maybe 20. Yeah, I think that the conference or the convention was in October, November. And then I first debated Witsit in December of that year, but he wasn't at that conference. But no, we never met in person before Antarctica trip.
coming up and stuff, his whole chat was like, dude, they were all saying like 100% MCToon will definitely pay if you actually have one. If you can prove it, MCToon will definitely pay. If you can actually send the invoice, he will definitely pay. But my point is that there's a large portion of his audience that is seemingly deceived by him. Like they actually.
And there it ended. Because that's where that particular video ended. So let me queue up the next one. Give me a second here. 14. And so there's a second video that I need to grab. Just a sec. Give me a second. So much whining. So much. Copy link. There we go. All right, so now they overlap in time, unfortunately. So let's see here. I got to, I didn't queue up this first one here like I should have. All right, just give me a second. I'll get to it here. 4:42 a.m. There we go. All right.
Right? He was super confident that I was lying on X, but actually I wasn't. It has nothing to do with what I did or didn't tell Duffy. Against that, it's seemingly deceived by him. Like they actually think that there's a decent amount of the people in there. They were so convinced. That's why when I said, but they're how like pathologically dishonest MCToon is. And so,
so the narcissist does that. Right, when they're caught in a lie, this is the gaslighting. They push it on somebody else. This is just textbook pathological liar, narcissist. So there it is, black and white. And so yeah, when it comes to paying, I will take this one right here. This is, I will take these words that he said to his attorney, or sorry, to the person he was doing the contract with. That's what I'll pay based on. He didn't speak to an attorney. So
like he is like full blown like just a liar. It's like full blown, right? And that's why when then I see him in person, he's like, oh, wanting to be buddy, and he's trying to find a way to come up to me and be like, hey, look, I thought.
I was not. I was being polite. I had tabled it, but I had no interest in being his buddy.
You would think this is cool and want to talk to me about the magnetic flux reader and wanting.
I did. I tried to show him that because Jaron thought he might be interested. And he has talked about magnetism, Faro cell image of a magnet, that stuff. He had zero interest at all. It was way over his head. He couldn't comprehend these things.
Like any chance he got, he wanted to try to teach me how something worked, and wanted to like try and always tell jokes and be buddy. And like when I first saw him, I was like, oh, nervously, like just looking at me the whole time, waiting until I looked in his direction so he could like wave at me. Like it was just so.
Oh my gosh, his ego.
So weird and gay. So weird and gay.
Dude, I saw that clip. When you were hanging out with Jaron, and he just like was walking circles around you guys in the ice. It's fucking creepy.
So this was the last day in Antarctica. Jaron was standing over by where we were bringing our luggage to be loaded up to be brought on the sleigh over to the plane. And it was just Jaron. Austin wasn't there. So I don't know if Austin even knows the context of this. Similar to Austin could not have thought that we met in Colorado because we didn't. And he just said, yeah, what will he say about this thing? So what had happened is I was walking around like Jaron was just whatever he was doing, whatever he's doing. I was being a little goofy, partly lack of sleep, but I was being goofy and I walked around him. And anyway, let's hear this.
Yeah.
He was just like staring at you and like walking around you and being weird.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
He says, yeah.
It was all very weird.
Austin was not there.
Weird. And I don't know if you guys know, I think you guys may know this, right? But like, so when we first get there, obviously the flat earthers have the much longer trip. We get there afterwards. So they made it to where all the Glovers got there, except for Mark. And
now this is hilarious. Austin was whining when he found out that the trip wasn't just 4 days. He was complaining. He's like, oh no, it's 2 weeks. It wasn't 14 days. It was like 11 or 10. It's 2 weeks. You need to pay for my time, Will. You have to pay me for lost wages. Like, wait a second, Austin. What wages? What wages are you not getting while you're in Antarctica? What wages are those that you're I don't know what wages you're talking about. Are you taking non-paid leave from the job that you work at? No, he doesn't work at it yet. At the time, maybe he does now, but he didn't work at a job, so he couldn't be taking time off. He actually claimed a certain amount of money of lost wages that Will to pay for. Will paid it. When I found this out, I'm like, what in the hell? And I talked to my wife, and she got pissed. Like, why would anybody expect that? I took regular PTO from work, paid time off, 2 full weeks. That's 10 days of work time that I missed because of the trip. No problem at all. I don't have a problem with having done that. Right? I did get paid by my employer for the time I was away, but I had to take PTO. I had to take time that I otherwise couldn't do for some other vacation. And Austin didn't have that, yet he still thought that Will should pay for him. I was baffled. I'm like, I can't believe you're doing this, Will. But Will saw the value in making sure that there were no excuses. Will is about getting rid of excuses, and that's what he freaking did. Austin asked for money for his mother-in-law to fly there to Florida. Austin asked for money to take care of the kids. Austin asked for money for daycare. I can't understand how mother-in-law was flown to their home to pay for daycare, and they still paid for daycare. His mother was flown to do daycare and still needed day. How does that work? I don't get how that works. Not at all. Anyway, Will paid for transportation to the airport. Either Lyft, Uber, or gas money, one or the other. I don't know. It was a non-trivial amount of money that any of us would not be sad to have wind up in our possession, and Will paid it. I can't believe he did. Oh, anyway.
And Jonathan, the director, were all there like a day before us.
Oh, that was the point. So Austin didn't want to be there any longer than necessary. So, he booked the trip. Austin booked the trip, or Will booked the trip so that Austin got there the day that ALE said that they should be there. Right? The final day. They're like, you should be there this many days before the trip, minimum. That's what day he got there. I booked my own trip the day prior. Will booked his own trip the day prior. Critical Think booked his own trip the day prior. We all arrived the day before the Flat Earthers. Will booked Jonathan's trip so that Will and Jonathan could talk about the documentary and get the lay of the area there and figure things out for the documentary. Why does any of that matter? Why is it There's no conspiracy about having Will pay for one less day of hotel for everybody and have the trip be shorter because somebody was whinging about how long the trip was already going to be. Austin really thought it was going to be 4 days away. He was going to magically teleport from the United States to Antarctica in 0 time, spend 4 days in Antarctica, and then teleport back, taking 0 time. It's, you know, Star Trek is not real.
And stayed a night longer than we did, and so they kind of like were making sure to like hone in on Jonathan, you know, because the documentary. Anyway, so then we get there, and they want to go eat dinner, and so as soon as we get there, we end up going to meet them at the restaurant, and I'm being like ambushed with.
So here's what happened. We did not actually think that they would want to come to go out to eat with us, because we knew they'd been traveling. We're like, yeah, they probably won't. But to be kind, to be, you know, we won't just go out to eat and not invite them, right? We were being polite. Will's like, should we? I'm like, yeah, we should. That probably makes sense. I didn't. I'm like, whatever. I didn't really. But that was what we figured was the polite thing to do. And so, yeah, we're like, okay, well, yeah, we're not going to ostracize them and tell them that they can't come out, eat with us. We're going to go out to eat, and they're invited. And they chose to come. Good for them. I was surprised at that. After having traveled, they did. And I don't. When we landed there, we went out to eat. That's what we did when we got there the day before. So no big deal to me, but whatever. So we did that. Went out to eat, and so I had the action cam set up on the table, on the end of the table, right? I was on the far end. They were gonna be on the opposite corner, so I was intentionally not near. I didn't want to any because I was there.
GoPros, like they have cameras and microphones set up all around the table. I'm like, dude, I just flew for like 20 hours. I just want to eat. And I thought the whole thing was like, you're not going to be recording what we say and us at all.
What? Why?
You're not allowed to do that.
Why?
And only Jonathan is. And you got MCToon's GoPro sitting right there. And I'm just like, what the hell? So I just take the high road. I'm like, whatever. I'm just going to eat dinner, you know? And I get a glass of wine. Yeah, I don't even drink like that. I drink on this trip.
He drank a lot.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to get some wine. And then, of course, they end up somehow making there be like a flat earth debate. And so then it's me debating all the Glovers.
If I remember correctly, we didn't prompt that
during the dinner, and it ends up getting real intense, and they're like tag teaming me and won't let me speak, and so from the beginning it was just
I was barely engaged in that at all. It was mostly Dave and Austin, and that particular interaction I was specifically requested to not publish. And I worked with, was it DP Debunks and Icy Spin, I think, on trying to isolate out Austin's audio so that we could put different audio over it and have, blur him out so that he wasn't in it. But it was not really possible to do. So unless he says that he wants it published, I don't think it's ever going to get published.
Just such a dishonest vibe. And then we pulled out the kind of like the home run on them that they overlooked the whole time. MCToon thought he was going to sneak in, and he didn't sign the agreement to not record us and stuff like that. But the whole time we knew that in the ALE contract, it actually says that you can't record people. You guys know all that.
Right.
So this was not unknown to me at all. I knew about this coming up. I knew the contract was coming. There was nothing surprised about it.
We just brought that to their attention, And the way we did it was we had typed up a little document for him to sign, but really it would just be him reiterating or acknowledging what he already signed. So we didn't really need him to sign it, but it was just more so to make the point. And you could tell MCToon totally was blindsided by that. He definitely overlooked it and was like, damn. So this whole time when he was recording at dinner and stuff, he thought he was like getting away with it. But in reality, it was just like, well, I don't really care if you take me at dinner. And technically you're not allowed to.
Wait, he didn't care if I taped him at dinner? Then why did Will get specifically requested to withhold the video of that dinner conversation? Well, weird.
Use it, I guess we're not on the trip yet, whatever. That was actually, now, I remember saying, like, dude, I guarantee you MCToon won't post that. And apparently MCToon supposedly posted it. I don't know if he posted the whole thing. I don't know how much you can hear. I know he's so dishonest.
I did post the whole thing. I posted the whole thing. And so all of it is there. And so there's no dishonesty available. It's all there for people to see. I covered it a while ago after he said, I bet he'll never publish it. So I published it. Hey, Austin, dare me to publish the video from that first meal. Dare me to publish it. I will. Please dare me. Please dare me.
If you actually see this.
But real quick, he did post it. It's like unlisted, I think, on his channel, from what I remember. I saw someone had posted it, and it's like unlisted. It is pretty much that whole thing. You're talking about like in Punta Arenas, that whole...
Yeah, like in the ALE place where we're like confronting him.
Yeah.
So there's two different, just to be clear, there's two different places. There's the night we got there, that at that meal where for some reason, Will was asked to have me agree to not publish it, and I did. And a different time, 1 or 2 days later, at the ALE office, where they tried to spring on Will and us that we needed to sign an additional contract where all of our footage would not be published, and would only if they were granting us, whatever specific rights. Which I did not. Nobody signed. But listen to how he paints this story here.
I did watch it because someone had posted it, and you can hear most of it. But yeah, some of the audio is a little quiet on it. But yeah, it is posted. I think Jaron even commented in the comments on it. He was like, "Why did you post this?" kind of thing. Yeah, but I think it's unlisted as far as I know.
Okay, so I remember Jonathan was telling me, he's like, yo, yeah, I caught all that, because I asked him, and I'm like, okay, so supposedly there's like really good audio of it.
There's actually none. Jonathan did not record any of it. To my knowledge, I'm the only one that has any recording of it.
But dude, like, I wish so bad that was just fully documented from all angles with cameras and mics and stuff, because he got exposed so hard. I exposed him and Duffy so hard.
He exposed us so hard that I published it.
And it's like, I don't know. I feel like the fact that he posted it at all means that whatever he posted doesn't fully capture the moment. You know what I'm saying? Or he would never post it. Like, and you probably can't see MCToon's face and stuff, but dude, it was just...
Well, that is true. I'm standing next to the camera, so I'm not on camera.
It's so crazy. MCToon is just such a liar, bro. And like, MCToon just sitting there bold-faced lying about stuff. I'm like, dude, I start calling Duffy. I'm like, you claim to be a Christian. I don't know if you can hear all this in that video. I'm like, you're supposedly a Christian pastor, and you're sitting here with someone who has like slandered me for years, has said that I should like...
what have I said? Careful.
Has like amped up people calling for my daughter and children.
Oh, amped up. So he almost said, he's said it before. He's claimed before that he wants to suggest that I said it, and I called him out for this. I haven't said it. Other people have. Other people have in super chats, and other people have in comments, and so somehow that's amping them up, and I don't know what that means. How is that so bad?
children to be taken from me because I'm a flat earther. Whatever. I started like listing off some of the stuff because I'm a flat earther. Pasture, and you're sitting here with someone who has like slandered me for years, has said that I should like.
Right now, he paused. He paused.
Has like amped up people calling for my daughter and children to be taken from me because I'm a flat earther.
So other people have said that, is what he's saying. Not me. Other people have said that. Okay. Cry about it, little baby.
Whatever. I started like listing off some of the stuff. And then when Duffy turned to him, he's like, I've never heard that. He turns to McToon's like, have you ever said that? He just blatantly lied. And I'm like, and then I find out that McToon like has called for people to have their kids taken because of being a flat earther. So like I specifically say that I do not say like McToon has called for me to not or to have my kids taken.
Yeah, see, he's backed off a little bit here. He knows.
I say McToon has called for people to have their kids taken for being a flat earther. And Duffy's like, I've never heard that. What? And he's like, McToon, have you ever done that? And he says, no. So then I quickly pull up a robot.
So, this is great. I did not call for somebody's kids to be removed from them. The guy that was the one of the finalists for the golden ticket, that one of the guys that was the finalist for the golden ticket is divorced, and his wife is using his flat earth beliefs as leverage in court against him to get time with his kids. And I saw that and I'm like, give up flat earth. Kids, flat earth. Kids, flat earth. This is not a difficult decision for an intelligent person that's not in a cult. Kids. The answer is kids. Always kids. Seriously. And so I said to his ex-wife, who isn't watching probably, like just to the, out into the nothing. Yes, if that idiot won't choose kids over flat earth, leverage that. He should not, if he's choosing flat earth over kids, he should not be having the kids. He's got his priorities screwed up. I've said that. I said that before. I'll say it again. If you're going to choose kids over, if you're going to choose flat earth over kids, you are screwed up. I have no problem with the judge saying, yeah, okay, all right, yep. So, and I did not know this at the time. I did not know why Austin was so triggered by my position on this, but I figured it out before some of this other stuff shook out. Austin while we were in Antarctica, was very concerned about that topic because it was personal to him. I didn't know that at the time. It was personal to him. He was thinking about that being a possibility for him, I think. And news comes out later. We didn't know at the time that he had been arrested for spitting in his wife's face a year prior, and that she had gotten a no contact order with him a year prior. And somehow they made amends, but certainly things weren't all perfect, because a couple days after he gets back from Antarctica, she records that video, you may or may not remember, of in their house where he was berating her, called her a whore, said he effing hates her. And I'm like, oh, there you go. That was what was driving him. That was why it was triggering him when we were in Antarctica, or in Punta Arenas there. I got it. I figured it out. Because he's looking at that thinking that's a real possibility for him. And since then, as far as I know, that's happened. She is in a different state to my knowledge. So with the kids. So yeah, I get it. I get why you are so triggered by that, Austin. It's very, very personal. Yep. And so I'll say this, Austin, if you choose flat earth over kids, then yes, judge. Yes, whoever, leverage that, because kids always win over that kind of nonsense. Yep, 100%. So if you got a problem with that, I don't care one damn bit. I don't care one damn bit. Kids or flat earth, always kids. Oh my gosh. I'm sure the vaping was the last straw. I don't think so. Astrocate Sathik says violent abusers should not be around children. Now, I need to be fair. His interaction with her was edging on violence. But I don't think that for me, I can't say that crossed the line to violence. He didn't actually lay hands on. So I don't know if that's the case. But yes, I 100% agree, Astrocade. Violent abusers should not be around children. If that is the case, then yes. But I don't know if that is the case. From that little window we have into it, we can draw some we can extrapolate. But in those extrapolations, you can't really. It's different than extrapolating what other people might see when they're at 80 degrees south latitude at a different longitude. So I have no knowledge of that. So I can't say anything farther than that, but yeah.
Polisher video that I had just seen on the plane, and it's just MCToon like losing it and calling for someone's kids to be taken away. And then what Duffy does, because like
Sir Simeon says violence does not require physical contact. Well, I guess you make a good point there. Astrocate, I thought it was going to be on this particular topic. And Astrocate says, Dick Wayne, I sent stuff into space and saw the Earth curve. You don't know who you're talking to, Dick.
You didn't expect me to have the receipts like right there on deck to play. I don't know if you can even hear all that in the.
You can, but it's not a receipt, Austin. I don't deny that. And I don't know specifically Will's position, but I can guess that an awful lot of people would say, yeah, kids are flat earth. You pick kids.
Video, I would assume you probably can't, right? Hear the video is playing on my phone. So then Duffy immediately just starts like moving the goalposts, and he's like, oh, yeah, do you
moving the goalposts? Austin, they were your goalposts.
You don't even know what that was about. Do you know what that's about? Do you know who he's talking about? I'm like, how does that matter? You just claimed you didn't know that he had done that and that he had never done it. MCToon just claimed he had never done it. I play where he did it. Both of you were well aware of it and went right into defending him doing it. So you're claiming to be a...
So it didn't say that about you. Said that about somebody else in a very specific situation. Yeah. No defense needed. I stand behind it. I know a lot of people will too.
Christian preacher, and not only are you advocating and defending this guy claiming or demanding that people have their kids taken from them because they...
It's not what I said. Again, here's the narcissist telling a story. I didn't demand that somebody's kids get taken from them. I said if a guy chooses flat earth over kids, leverage that.
They believe in flat earth. You're sitting here lying about it, pretending you don't know about it. You know, like, I don't know, it was just all so surreal. So I guess, like, really, if you were, like, really there and you got to watch, like, MCToon and Duffy's face during these moments, they're completely exposed. No person that has, like, an ounce of discernment in their body, on globe side, flat side, whatever, would think anything other than both of those people are...
So discernment guy here talking about the discernment, the guy that's talking about discernment can't figure out that the sun could never set on flat earth. Good discernment there.
Are just like pathologically dishonest and deceptive and manipulative and just not good people. And so obviously that, like, at one point Duffy's like, I was like, fine, and you guys just don't go. I'm like, okay, sounds good. He thought that he would like bluff us, you know?
So this is great. The bluff was Austin and Jaron said, if you don't sign this, we won't go. And Will said, okay. He called their bluff. And they thought Will was bluffing when he said, okay. Okay. Now what happened? Did Will sign the contract? No. Did they go to Antarctica? Yes. Who was bluffing and who got called on their bluff and it was shown to be a bluff?
Because we wanted him to sign the document, and I just immediately called his bluff. I'm like, cool, we won't go. And then he like backed down real quick. So
how did Will back down? He did not sign the contract. This is another story from a narcissist. Will did not back down. He said, nope, I'm not signing the contract. He did not sign the contract. The backing down was the people that said, we won't go if you don't sign.
I don't know if you guys know that. I'm sorry for talking so long, but so the vibes of the trip were pretty intense, I guess, to my point, right? It wasn't like we were all singing Kumbaya and it's like we can be friends while we're here. It was like, as soon as I get there, I'm like being ambushed with cameras. They're trying to intensely debate me like 3 or 4v1 at the first dinner. And then we're having to call them out that they can't record us. And I'm like, dude's been like trying to sneak around and record us this entire time.
It's not sneaking one bit. I put the camera right in their face.
And so then we have that whole like fiasco and drama the day before we leave. So yeah.
And I see Dave McKeegan's in the chat here. Good morning, Dave. He says, wow, Witsit sounds out of his mind on something. Sounds like he's not even sure what day of the week it is. Yeah. This was when I listened to this first time through, this was what really amazed me, is how he thinks that Will backed away from his bluff when it's the 180-degree opposite of what actually happened. So I posted and pinned a comment from my Conspiracy Tunes channel. Oh yeah, I'm using Firefox over here. This is Firefox instead of Chrome, so it's not having issues with memory today. Anyway, so that is the unlisted video of the conversation in ALE headquarters there. So you can go watch it as you're at your leisure and see. I didn't post it because I didn't want it listed there. But you know what I will do? I'm going to do right now. I'll actually post it. But I'll do it as a non, so it doesn't notify people. So just show up in the, it'll show up on the listing, but it won't give a notification. So publish to subscriptions feed and notify subscribers unchecked. There you go. So there it is. So there it is saved. So it is Austin et al. At ALE 2024-12-12. So there it is. There's so now it will show up on my video list on my MCToon live channel.
Unfortunately, no one's going to be able to see this footage that, was clearly there's plenty of it out there somewhere.
Oh, well, that MCToon has of everything?
Well, I mean, whether you have it or Jonathan or whoever, there's 4K fucking 120 hertz, lossless video and audio somewhere of your whole trip. And meanwhile, we're getting like some dumbass stitched together 360 footage from Duffy's camera. So like, it'd just be nice if there was just more that we could have. That's all.
You know what really sucks is I was under the impression that McKeegan's footage was going to be like, I was under the impression that the solar filter was actually video recording.
So I don't know why it would make a difference, whether it's 30 frames a second or 1 frame a minute. Why would it make a difference if it's video of a solar, of a sun, right? You can't tell. You can't, how many frames it is. It doesn't change between frames enough to matter. But listen to, like, he's just inventing ideas about what he thought was going to happen.
One of the reasons I really wasn't like intense about trying to get other footage is I thought that we were going to have multiple 360 cams, and then we were going to have like a regular camera filming it, and then we were going to have a solar filter.
Yep, we did.
360. So I'm like, dude, we're about to have a 360 24-hour.
He thought a solar filter 360. Can you imagine how useful a solar filter 360 would be? You would only see the sun. And that's it. And it would not be large because it would be just that small portion of the 360-degree view. Why would that be useful at all? That's so dumb. Why would you think that was going to happen? Nobody said that was going to happen.
Or straight stream with a solar filter. That's so fire.
That's not fire. That's dumb.
And of course, that's not what it was at all. It was just pictures. You know what I'm saying?
I got news for you, Austin. Video is just pictures. He doesn't know this. This is news. I've talked to flat earthers before. They are unaware that video is just a collection of pictures at a certain, apparently only 30 frames a second is it. If it's not 30 frames a second, as who said that? DK Shadow. Only 30 frames per second is officially video for some reason. No, 1 frame a minute is still video.
Pictures that were periodically taken. So, yeah, I don't know. But I will say Jonathan has probably got so much. I know he had so many terabytes of video.
Like 6 or 7 terabytes of footage.
Yeah. And he basically said that he'd be open to sending me stuff. I guess that probably they had a deal with Duffy, that it's like basically Duffy's stuff.
Oh, no, it's their assets. They're not going to.
Yeah, of course it's Duffy's stuff. He paid for it.
Share that shit. That's their assets.
Yeah. So it is what it is. I do think, though, honestly, I'm not like a lawsuit kind of guy, but like just sitting here thinking about it, like in a way, it's like I think it kind of might be karma that there is a lawsuit involved here. And to be honest, Duffy can be sued as well because he thinks he got out of it with the contracts, but specifically the agreement was like no video or audio of us without our consent, right? Like we have to expressly approve it. And it even puts in the contract like something about like it emphasizes what's already understood in court, which is like good faith, like the good faith application and interpretation of the contract. And so
it's
obviously,
called the spirit.
Yeah, and it's about whether or not it's good or bad faith, you know, like whether or not you actually take it in good faith. And this is what's so funny is that obviously for someone to prioritize and emphasize, especially with all the interactions back and forth leading up to it, which in any type of lawsuit would all come out in discovery, right? You will see that like the whole emphasis that we have, the whole entire point of contention is like, we do not want to be filmed or recorded and then publicly posted without our consent. We do not consent. We do not want our videos of us or conversations of us being recorded and posted on the internet without us expressly approving it. And then he has it's like 24 consecutive hour video that has all the conversations that we have, right? Like every time I stepped out and talked on the phone to my wife or talked to my friends, every conversation that we have, he has it all recorded with the audio. And then I'm texting, I'm like, hey man, so this video has audio in it, so obviously it has to be removed, you know? Like we're trying.
Obviously it has to be removed. Austin, so at this point, the story that he is told, that he's invented here is jerking some tears from the audience, certainly. But he's about to actually, so the narcissist has to bring in a little bit of the truth in order to be able to to not just have everything be fabricated. So you can point back to it to say, oh, well, here's what it is, but here's what it really means, right? So he's going to do that. Listen up.
To export it right now as well. We just muted the whole thing, whatever. And he basically said that he would remove the audio.
Did he?
And then just posted it with the audio. And said, oh, well, you know, no one else cared. Everyone else was cool with it. And the contract says that the exception.
This is it right here.
To being able to record you is like incidental recording of you in the background with like a wide angle or 360 or whatever. So we think
what would have been really slick is if in your contract you put a stipulation that also that you.
So this is something that maybe a legally adept person might do. We'll see.
That you have a right to, high quality original, whatever copy of whatever footage they have of you.
Yeah, should have.
If he's legally adept,
there's only so much you can think about.
I know, and I knew there's no way. There's probably tons of things, right? That's why I was like constantly trying to come in here and stuff. And like, anyone can think of anything. Let me know. We sat there and brainstormed so long. We tried to think about everything. Like, what if they try to make us take vaccinations? And, we thought about like everything.
Yeah, everything. Well, except that thing. So they missed that part of it.
But yeah. So anyway, and my point is that that's like a lawsuit, in my opinion, right? Like,
all right. So all right. I let that go for a while. The contract that there's a couple things. There is let's see. I can bring up the contract that Will has with them. Right. Let's see here. Right here. Here it is. This agreement, dated blah, entered into between Will, Dave McKeegan, Jaron Austin, and collectively participants, and together with the sponsor as the parties. So the sponsor intends to sponsor a trip organized by ALE. I'll jump down to the important stuff. Participants' obligations. No financial liability. Participants shall incur no financial liability under any circumstance except in the event of withdrawal from the trip after the established deadline of September 15. Right? So if they backed out, if they did not go to Antarctica, as they said they would not do when they were in ALE headquarters there, this would kick in right here. That would kick in, right? Without valid and legitimate reason. Furthermore, participant agree to take all reasonable and necessary actions to mitigate any unforeseen issues that may arise due to circumstances beyond their control. Now, this is the contract that the legally adept Austin wrote. Just so you know, this is his contract. Media rights. Participants and Will Duffy agree that participants shall maintain final editing and approval rights for any media that contains their audio or video captured during the trip, except in cases where the president's presence is incidental. Let me zoom in. I just want to make sure everybody. This is what Austin wrote. Legally adept Austin wrote this. These are his words. This is not from Will's attorney. This is not from ALE. This is not from anyone other than Austin. Except in cases where their presence is incidental, such as in background shots or 360-degree footage where the participants are not the focal point. So, Austin's contract that Austin legally adept Witsit wrote himself says that background shots or 360-degree footage where participants are not the focal point is an exception to the media rights agreement. So, Austin, do you get to sue because of 360-degree footage where the participants are not the focal point? No, you do not, Austin. You do not get to sue because of that. Now, of course, America is very litigious. You could sue for anything. But this contract that you wrote, Austin, and you signed, Austin, would get pulled out. It's your own damn contract, Austin. Anyway, all media from the trip containing identifiable audio, video, except for inadvertent appearances, records explicit. So there it is. His own thing. Now, this is interesting. All participants and attendees must abide by all ALE guidelines. So, the ALE guidelines have some additional agreements on saying that other participants on the trip do except for incidental. It's very similar. He might have just gotten this verbiage from ALE's contract. So ALE's contract says this as well, basically this kind of thing here. So pretty similar, and saying that you can't film people that are on the trip or staff unless you get their permission. So there were times where during the trip, I asked some people that were ALE, hey, you mind if I film you? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. But 360-degree incidental stuff, I didn't ask, or just a camera sitting there, right? So when I had my action cam, sitting outside almost the entire time that we were at the second base there, at the we call halfway point. I had it just sitting there running the whole time. And so he's just walking in front of it. It's just standing there. It's the ground is white and my camera's black. You can't not see it. And he's walking in front of my camera. He knows it. That's incidental. He wasn't the primary focal point, right? Dave McKeegan says, complaining about audio from a 360 degree that you knowingly walked over to is like walking into a live firing range and complaining that you got shot. Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. He is just, so desperate. So desperate. And he's not going to sue. He's just doing this to garner sympathy. That's it. All right, let me read a few more here. We got Flurf's Suckball says Witsit's 160 IQ, but thinks the grift will still work. Oh yeah, he's holding out. Tim Davis says, remember to turn off electronics at night. 2 exceptions: fridges and life supports. You'll waste an awful lot of vegetables. Calder Vasold is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much, Calder. Billy J36 for $5 says people get paid to stop others jumping from Golden Gate Bridge. Is that a conspiracy to Witless too? People don't want folks to die in Antarctica. NBD. Don't know what that is. NBD. Addicted to Globing says, how to say this without violating community standards. Flatzoid is a piece of common ore. What he said about Lisbeth was deplorable at least. Oh yeah. I can't. And then for him to be like, I didn't say that she is. Like, really? All right, let's have a listen to what you actually said. Here.
We all know why Elizabeth went with on the group. Yeah.
Yeah, we get it. Skiing. Yeah, that's what it was.
Have you ever heard of the saying before, village bicycle?
Yeah, Toon bike. Yep. Where I'm from, it's the Toon bike.
Local pusher.
Yeah, and so what is he's like? I didn't say she was a bicycle. Really? You're going with that? No, that doesn't work. It's very clear what you said. It's very clear, 100% what you meant. I I got we got this from hold on, right here from DP Debunks. I'm gonna sue Globers is mean. From Witsit the Platypus. Aw. Oh my gosh. That's so precious. Love it. Thank you, DP Debunks. JP Cohn says, if a flat earther was exposed to brain-eating bacteria, the bacteria would starve to death. Yeah. Rick 2 Bits says, I'm an atheist, no dogma, lots of catma. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Right? You can disagree. You could disagree with an atheist as a non-atheist. But to say that an atheist has dogma it's a stretch, because the point of atheism is not dogma. Now, to be fair, all of us, no matter of our position, have the possibility of having some dogma, things that we accept that we'll just hold on to. So I let's be honest, all of us, and theists, atheists, agnostics, all of us, we have that possibility. So being honest with ourselves to recognize that, so that we can hopefully be objective about whether or not we do have that. And religions have dogma. Yes, they do. That's the point. And atheism should not have dogma. That's the point. And I think it's fair to say that it's possible that anybody can have dogma that they don't intend to have or don't know, right? It's not a slight to somebody to say, hey, that may be dogmatic, right? You may not want to see that in yourself, but it's a possibility. Anyway, Jack Fetter says, never in the history of Earth did Witsit ever utter the phrase, dude, I don't want to take your money. Yeah. Jack Fetter says, for a Glober, you can't draw a circle. You're right. Yep, my circles were potatoey. Clems said, forgive my ignorance, why do you need a lawyer for this? So, well, it was a legally binding contract. So Austin thought that even though he is legally adept by his own claim, that he still did engage a lawyer to do this. Sorry. Fine, whatever. But yeah, whatever. Clems again says, it's so ridiculous that I thought it might be real. Damn it, they got me. I don't know what you're talking about. But okay. Dave D says, tell the inbreed leprechaun to check Auschwitz. Yeah. You don't want to go to his ex and go read some of the stuff he said on that topic. You don't. It'll make you upset. Jack Fetter says, yes, please don't dumb it down for the guy who believes the earth is flat. Yep. Caucasian Sensation's been a member for 42 months. 42 is a great number. Says, Witsit knows so much that isn't so. Truly stupid. And then DP Debunk sent a super chat for me to read that. Thank you very much, DP Debunks. Let's see. Beast Militia says, as an atheist, it's the main reason I don't agree with religion. If there was dogma-free religion, it wouldn't be as bad. The fact Witsit said that means he's clueless what atheism is. Yeah. Yeah. It's just reconstruing things in different ways, I think, is what it is. I don't know. All right, let's see here. How much? Let me check my notes here on. The Wi-Fi password controversy is coming up. I'm gonna jump. That's just a couple minutes ahead. So I don't know. Maybe not. This is good. This is good. Oh, Dave McKeegan. He says something. I got to read it. It says the same level of genius who thinks you can sue for 360-degree footage and that a solar filter 360-degree video is a good idea is the same that thinks you can buy a gyro compass at a supermarket. Hey, Dave, be fair. It was a Navy surplus store. I need to get that clip. I need to get the clip so I can play him saying that. Oh. What do I have? I have some. Oh, this one.
And unfortunately for all the Globers, we've actually completely mapped out celestial navigation and all the exact math that works and matches reality perfectly on the entire Earth at any location, including any position of the stars, the sun, and or the moon, based on your geographic position. So it's going to be a rough next couple weeks and following year for you guys because we literally have the exact perfect math to explain all of it.
That was over a year ago. He's so dumb. Austin, you actually said that. Oh my gosh.
If I went and I saw the sun go around me 360 for 24 hours, right? Like I'd be like, okay, this matches the globe. It doesn't match the flat Earth.
He said that before he went. He said that. He actually said that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this count up? Oh yeah. That's the count up. Since he said that, this is how long it's been since Witsit said that. 1 year, 4 months, 27 days since he said that. Oh my goodness. It hasn't come out yet. They totally mapped it out. And now he's like, oh, well, it's obviously not the AE map. It's a bipolar map. And well, but also I still think it could be the North Pole in the middle with the Antarctic ice around the outside, but and then it could be that too. Like it can't be that. You already said it can't be that. You agreed it can't be that. You said it after the trip. Oh my gosh. So dumb. Clem says, I apologize. Getting a lawyer for this is just crazy. I thought it was a trick or something. Yeah, but he doesn't need a lawyer because he's legally adept and he wrote that contract. What contract did he write? He wrote the contract that well, let's get it. He wrote this contract right here. This one here. Except in cases where their presence is incidental, such as background shots or 360-degree footage, where the participants are not the focal point. Seriously. I'm gonna sue.
That's clearly bad faith, and like it's like if you are incidentally caught in the background, like temporarily caught in the background of some like wide angle shot, that's fine. But then to come to find out that he knew that the primary form of video he was going to make to record nonstop was that camera that he was going to try to use as the exception, shows that it actually shows intent to be able to capture everything, including what was said.
I don't think you're correct at all on that, but it doesn't matter because the exception that you wrote with your own legally adept hand says that those stuff are excluded.
And then post it without permission. Right?
No permission needed.
And try to use this little clause that's like, it's also in ALE's wording, which is like, unless it's just, and this is what's even more damning, it's like, unless it's just incidental and they're in the background. So it says you are not allowed to film any of the guests unless you have their express written consent.
or the wording that you took from the contract right there. That's probably actually copy pasted from the ALE contract.
The exception being like them incidentally being in the background of like a 360 wide angle shot or something, unless they ask you not to. Meaning that even with that footage, you're not allowed to film the other guests, much less post it publicly.
No, it's the same thing. It talks about a wide angle and 360 specifically.
Right? If they ask you not to. I, of course, specifically, in written communications said, do not post that with the audio.
But it's okay because you specifically said it's okay. I love it. He dug himself a hole.
And it wasn't because I'm trying to hide anything. Obviously, it's all out there and it's fine. The point is, like, I don't even remember what all we talked about. So I'm having private conversations and I'm talking to people, and it's like, dude, there's no way around it.
Well, it's not set to private, and if he's uploaded it to YouTube, that is it's a private company, so he's involved a third party. So even if it's unlisted, anybody who has the link can access it.
And
even
the
if it's
360
private,
video is not unlisted.
Well,
We're talking about the main footage. The main footage that was posted from that Insta360 cam has audio in it. You know what I'm saying? And like, if you amplify the volume, and certainly if you isolate it, you can hear what everyone's saying. You can hear when people are talking on the phone. Certainly, like when I'm trying to get away from everyone and get some privacy, and they're all inside, and I step outside, I'm the only one outside talking on.
Now, let's just for clarity here. When we walked out the door of the building that we were in, out in front of the door was the filming area, the video area that we were doing all our stuff in. Actually, I can pull up the video of it, can't I? Because we have 360 video of it, the specific video that he's talking about. We can look at. All right, let's see. Videos. The trailer. The 360 degree. Time lapse. Interactive. There you go. Is this the first one? There it is. World's first non-time-lapse video of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. All right, there it is. This is that video. Right? Okay, so here it is. Here is the shed. Oh, you can't. Oh, it looks like it froze. Crikey. Just in time. Well, you saw it for a second. I'll bring it back. It's not. Come on. There we go. Okay. All right. So here it is. So here is the video. And so we were this building here. You walk out the front and all this area here. So this is where Jaren's camera was. Lisbeth's had stuff here, right? This is the other 360 camera, right? And of course, this is the 360 camera. So there's two of them. The footage from this camera has been uploaded to the channel, but hasn't been published yet. This is McKeegan's setup there. Over farther there, I just was that me? I don't know. But there's this tripod here. This is my setup. This is Jonathan's setup, and over here is the Candace Owens one that Mark had. Okay, and you can't see it right here, but okay, here's Jonathan. Look at it. He's just walking around.
Got his power chargers next to him. This is a beautiful thing. We can hear the boys on the camera in the distance getting ready for the Candanoa's live show.
So, and then right over here, see that stuff on the ground there, to the left of the building there, that's where my action cam was sitting. Now, this whole area here is in the front. Around to the side, you walk around the other side there, and then behind it, you can see that this is the Tucker. That's behind where Dave is. That's the vehicle that we rode on there. And you can't see it here, but behind this blue building are the bathrooms and some other stuff back there. And so if you wanted to, you could go talk to people over on the other side here, right? But the place to not go talk to people for privacy would be here. This is not the place for privacy. Everything here is being recorded. If you want privacy, you go to the other side of that building. This doesn't take a smart person. You don't need 160 IQ to figure out that this is not the place to be walking around if you want privacy. These cameras are rolling constantly. So this isn't private area, right? But what does Austin say? Let's listen to him here.
You can hear when people are talking on the phone. Certainly, like when I'm trying to get away from everyone to get some privacy and they're all inside and I step outside, I'm the only one outside talking on the phone and stuff like that, you know? So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I was standing in front of a camera and it recorded me, and I wrote a contract saying that camera can record me.
Actually, probably many things that Duffy could be sued for as well. And let's be honest, right? Like, I don't really, although more than ever in my life, could I use some financial help. But I don't really do things.
Whatever it is, it can't be easy. He's in the same place as he was before. But as far as I know, there's less people there and less people paying for stuff. I have no clue how he could pay for that place. Oh my gosh. It's not hard to find where he lives, and it's not hard to find what the approximate rent is. And I can tell you, my mortgage is less. PITI mortgage for my house is less than what he's paying to rent that. As far as I know, if I was there, I would be out tomorrow. It's so expensive. Oh my gosh. Why? I don't get it. Why are you still there?
Things for money. I don't sue people. I always try to take the high road, all of that, right? Like, I didn't go after that $1,500 from MCToon, even though it's like black and white and have all the receipts to prove it definitively. But, like, even me publicly talking about the idea right now, I don't really care. I don't really care if they hear it, or what are they going to do? But one of the benefits.
So he doesn't care, but he might sue because he doesn't care.
Would be maybe to reintroduce some leverage with exactly how the flat Earth position is conveyed or represented.
Oh, if you don't let me say everything I want to in the documentary, I'll sue you. Will, you have to put his script in the documentary or he'll sue you.
In the documentary. And hopefully Jaren could also be like, okay, well, wait, yeah, maybe I changed my mind, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be cool with this just being an outright hit piece on Flat Earth.
And it's not going to be a hit piece on Flat Earth. Why do you think it's going to be a hit piece? Well, I guess the fact that the sun does 24 hours circles in the sky is a freaking hit piece on Flat Earth all by itself. But we don't need any Flat Earthers to do that.
I don't think Jaren's going to have your back. And like they preemptively have come out and categorized any argument that you're going to pull, and they're going to slander you. You know, they're going to say, oh, well, he had the email password. Oh, like pretty much every objection that you could have, they've already
Xolution X. No, I it's not hard to find. Look, he got arrested for spitting in his partner's face. He lives in Florida. This is public court documents. It's super easy to find. and then you know, the address is published in there. It's on Florida government's website. Nothing of my part there, right? And so like, oh, well, where's that at? And Zillow says this is the rent. I'm like, crap, that's pretty damn high rent. Rent is too damn high. Remember that guy in Florida? He was running for president, and his platform was rent is too damn high. Anyway, I mean, it's not hard to know where he lives. It's not a thing. It's just like, yes, he's a Florida man. Doing contract stuff after he arrived shows what a scumbag he is. Oh yeah, I tried to force us to do that contract afterwards. Didn't work.
Cooked up the reputations for it. I saw them put on, or MCToon put on a presentation about like 20 different things, basically showing that you're a liar and in bad faith, and that you know, this, that, or whatever. They've come up with character assassination 5,000.
Well, yeah, I did do that, and I mean, he assassinated his own character, really. But I'll get that. So it's I don't think Austin has watched this. But where did that go? Let's see. Path. There, let's see. I did a video, a live stream covering that. He's talking about something, and that was a while ago. That's going to be tough to find because I have over 600 live streams. Anyway, all right, I'll just say that the thumbnail is like something like grandiose narcissist. Pathological grandiose narcissist. And yeah, I went over a list of things where he lies. I have on my website documentation of the lies. I got screenshots. I got receipts. There's no need for character assassination. I'm just publishing the things that he has done. That's it. Yeah, character assassination 5,000.
I think I should sue him. Yeah,
I mean, you could, but if you come up with one thing, they're going to have 20 things. You know what I mean?
Well, but
so
I mean, but they're all.
You got to
lies.
have your ducks in a row, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure, but I'm saying like they're all lies, right? Like the one I heard was like this big home run, like, oh, we're gonna expose Witsit for lying about the Wi-Fi. I didn't lie about the Wi-Fi at all. Like factually, we go there. They don't give the flat earthers the password. He pretends that no one's going to get on the internet, so got to make sure that the 24-hour live stream can work. And then he gives the password to all the globe earthers and just doesn't give it to us.
Oh my gosh. It's so embarrassing for him. So embarrassing for him. But okay. All right, let's do it. Let's get it. Let's see. Let's get the Wi-Fi blues going here. Oh, you know what? I have it here. All right. I'll just you know what? I got to go to the bathroom, and this is a good time to play the Wi-Fi blues. And it documents his lies in there. So, all right. Where'd it go? Right here. Let's go. Good song. The only good country song ever.
Duffy's going to do a stream at 12. He's going to do a stream at 2 a.m. And it's like Critical Thinks over there on his computer. McKeegan's on his computer. Everyone's got the Wi-Fi password, but they like refuse to give the flat earthers the Wi-Fi password. And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like
they set up that Starlink. The Globers had a plan, whispering secrets about Wi-Fi all across the land. Mark had the password, Duffy had it too. They told me wait a while, but man, that ain't true. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tales in my blues. But deep down you all know I'm stretching the truth. MCToon streamed at 2, critical think on his screen. McKeegan's on the Wi-Fi, living the bandwidth dream. They said they'd limit it to keep their streams alive. But 1.5 hours in, I was online and thriving. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tales in my blues. But deep down you all know I'm stretching the truth. They set me up in another camp. I tried to sell my plight. 7, maybe 8 hours, yeah, I twisted it alright. But Mark was cool, he slipped me the code so fast. Now I'm here singing lies, hoping your pity will last. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tales in my blues. But deep down you all know I'm stretching the truth. So if you hear my story, take it with a grain of salt. I wasn't left out in the cold, it's all my own fault. The blues ain't always honest, but man, they sure sound fine. Even if my Wi-Fi blues are just a pack of lies.
And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like
18 hours, no Wi-Fi. Yet he had it sooner, yeah. And so I don't think I've shown this yet, ever. So look at this right here. So this I went to I had to dig to get this one. This is the live stream on Rumble. This is the Rumble live stream. Or the video. It was anyway. This was Witsit at December 15 at 3:10 a.m. UTC. Now we got the we were I think we were what is Union Glacier's time? Is it 3 off of UTC or 4 off of UTC? Anyway, certainly this was 18 hours prior and he's on there talking, right? So I got a different one and I don't know where I put it, but I got a different, the first time that he got on and typed something into Discord. I don't have that one handy right now, but I don't know where that is. But anyway, he got on Discord within shortly over an hour from when we first got the Wi-Fi up. So he very clearly lied about it. Let's see. Oh, those are montages. Anyway, so I have to sneeze. Maybe I have to sneeze. Maybe not. Anyway, nope. False alarm. Don't have to sneeze. So, okay, here we go.
That's what factually happened. So the fact that I then go sneak around, talk to Mark, convince him to give it to me, and he says, okay, you didn't get this from me, then sneak.
Now, Mark says you didn't get this from me, and here he is on a public platform saying that he got it from Mark. So Austin, at having been requested to not tell anybody that Mark gave the password, has now told everybody that Mark gave him the password. Man, can't trust Austin for crap, can you?
On the internet and have to hide it from them, so I'm not able to be on the internet while anyone else is around.
Now, you watched him walking around while other people were around. Right? In that clip where he's walking in front of the camera, there's people around outside all over the place. He was not hiding it one bit. Nobody cared. He was under the table and he fell asleep with his phone in his hand on Discord. And so his phone is laying there on the ground and Discord is visible and he's got his earbuds in and he's asleep. Right? And we looked down at it and said, oh, look. Austin is on Discord, but he's asleep. Oh my gosh. Oh, anyway, okay. Magical Cat Girl says Chile is UTC -4 during winter and -3 during summer. And it was summer, so -3. So when it was 3 a.m. UTC, it was midnight Chilean time. So that makes about sense there. It was shortly after probably the live stream that Will did at midnight. So, but that's not the first that he was on. The clip that in the music video that I made there is earlier than that. Let's see. I was looking for. Nope, that's not it. Anyway, okay. So yeah, nobody cared, and Will. Do you know how I got the password? I said, "Hey, Will, can I have the password?" Do you know how Austin did not get the password? Austin did not go to Will and say, "Hey, can I have the password?" And Will said, "No, you can't have it." Austin never asked Will for the password. He never asked. So you don't get to complain. Dave McKeegan says, Witsit is as discreet as a ninja in a neon-colored banana suit with a megaphone. Yeah. I mean, none of us thought that he didn't have the password. None of us thought that he wasn't online. Now listen, this next stuff is out of this world. It's in orbit. It's so crazy.
Right? Is totally irrelevant to the.
Yeah, but they're saying that's not the story. They're saying that it's a completely different story.
Well, I'm just but I'm just saying like that has actually happened. So what they're using is the fact that they saw me on the phone or using the internet at one point earlier on to say, oh, I thought Witsit said that they weren't allowed on the Wi-Fi.
Yep.
Right. That's they're just dishonest. You see how dishonest that is? It's like,
I see how dishonest Austin is.
Like, I'm saying you guys didn't give us the password. You gave the Globers the password. The fact that I went and found it and got on it, they now come out of context, present, look, here's Witsit using the internet. Witsit's lying when he claims that.
Yeah, you are lying, Austin, when you said you did not get on the Wi-Fi. You could not update your Insta360. Why? Why couldn't you? Because you said you couldn't on Discord. You said you couldn't because you didn't have Wi-Fi. Now, I don't understand why you couldn't just run your Insta360 with the current firmware. Because there is no mandatory requirement that when you fire up your Insta360, it says, oh, wait a second. Oh, nay, I know there is firmware that has been updated. I refuse to run until you update my firmware. No, the Insta360 doesn't know that there's new firmware out there. You can still run an Insta360.
He couldn't get on the internet. I didn't say that. I said that you guys lied. So the point is, like, I couldn't, like, in front of everyone, set up my Insta and update the firmware. I couldn't, like...
Even if he was doing it surreptitiously, he didn't need to do it in front of everyone. We were all outside working on stuff. He was the one inside doing nothing. So he could have, in his sleeping bag, surreptitiously updated the firmware on his GoPro or his Insta360. But no, he didn't do that. Not that he would need to.
Get on Discord and talk to you guys. I couldn't do anything using...
Except he did get on Discord and talk to... That's the ridiculous thing. He did.
The internet in front of everyone. I had to try to discreetly, like, use Telegram and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
How could we know the difference between Telegram and Discord? And by the way, you were using satellites orbiting the globe.
So anyway, and then Jaren didn't get it, so he just crashed. Liz was pissed. So eventually, when no one's paying attention, I go whisper the password to Liz.
Now, I don't know if Liz asked for the password or not. To Will. I didn't ask Will. I asked Will, hey, Will, did Austin ever ask you for the password? Will said no. Did you ever ask him for the password, Austin? And then he said no? If he did, then maybe. But also, Austin, you're not entitled to anything, you little crybaby.
So, and then Darren just was asleep, that's why I couldn't give it to him. So yeah, anyway.
Well, that's it.
Yeah. So, like, I'm just saying, like, with every situation, it's going to be something like that. Where, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, every situation is going to be something like, you lied, you got caught lying, and how that's not going to go well in court.
Sure. They have the benefit of the fact that I've just stepped away and, like, tried to take the high road and just largely ignored a lot of this, right? And so that's obviously a huge advantage to someone that's lying. Like, if your side of the story can't be heard or known, then a liar can just say whatever. That's what MCToon's doing with the attorney as well.
I've seen it happen firsthand, like how they'll literally, like, create these stories just to kind of like, gotcha, you know.
So much what Austin's done.
So especially with the lawyer thing, I saw him do it firsthand. So very sneaky tactics.
He's done it for years, bro. It's like the case against MCToon for, like, defamation and slander and stuff is, like, endless. He's done it for years.
Yeah, and then the gift.
Go crazy, Austin.
The gift to your daughter, when you basically were telling him, like, leave me alone, I don't want to deal with you, stop, and they fucking mail you something, like, Jesus.
Yeah, and then, like, well, he straight up, like, amplifies, like, straight harassment and doxing and threats towards my children and family.
I amplify those, huh? I don't know where amplification, true or not, is something suable. What do you amplify? How do I amplify those things? Oh my gosh.
And trying to get my daughters taken. He amplifies and enables all of that in his chat. You can prove all of that, right? Like, he reads the super chat and, like, agrees with it and makes sly little comments.
Oh no, I read a super chat. That's mean to you, Austin.
Comments where it's like, he never specifically says something. He allows the super chat to say it all and then just agrees with it. You know what I mean? Or, like, the stuff that's way over the line. He never denounces it or anything like that. But and then he's done stuff like come in here and someone's like, when are you gonna get a real job with it or whatever? And or was it
this is flat earthers don't understand satire. Here it is.
do you even work, or do you even have a job? And then I'm saying no to a question someone asked further up. And they said what he does is quickly take a screenshot, and pull everything else out. So it looks like it says, Witsit, do you have a job? No. And then he posted on his social media saying, oh, Witsit's like jobless and doesn't work and has nothing and stays at home while he makes his wife go out and work all day and make all the money and pay all the bills. He posts that's just all blatantly a lie. He couldn't be.
Of course, he has greatly exaggerated that, but yeah, he doesn't understand sarcasm. But I just got to wonder, are you the one that's out there punching a clock, working 9 to 5, doing? I don't know. I mean, maybe he was. I don't know. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Further from the truth, and he posts that everywhere on social media.
Andy, it seems they were not married, and it does seem that they are no longer living in the same state.
Either way, it sounds like the Wi-Fi password was scattered out sporadically because they were trying to save bandwidth, or like what do you think?
Yeah, the story was that because we didn't know how the bandwidth was going to hold up with the Starlink, that no one was allowed on the internet other than like Duffy and the phone, Mark's phone, that was supposed to live stream the sun to Rumble for 24 hours on Candace Owens' channel. And so to ensure that didn't crash or have any bandwidth issues, no one else was going to get on the internet. But then what I noticed was like, wait, why is McKeegan on his laptop with internet? Why?
McKeegan was on the laptop with internet! Oh no!
Why does MCToon have internet?
So Will asked me to verify that the Candace Owen live stream was functioning on Rumble. So I jumped on Rumble at his request, verified that it was running. That's what I did. Then I shut it. Then I shut the laptop. I didn't need to do any more on the laptop.
Why does everyone here except for the flat earthers have internet?
Well, partly also because the not flat earthers brought their own internet that was through satellites orbiting the globe. And the flat earthers brought Dick. Not Dick Wayne in the chat. They brought Dick. They brought nothing. Right? You're not entitled to free internet everywhere you go. Will packed in his own suitcase. He had just as much suitcase room as you did, Austin. Packed in his own suitcase the maritime Starlink, a rather large Starlink. He brought it himself. You don't get what? Why would you think that you should get his internet? Why didn't you bring your internet? Using not using satellites. I mean, you wouldn't want to use satellites orbiting the globe. That'd be embarrassing for a flat earther to do that, right? But why didn't you bring your own flat internet using whatever flat technology flat earthers have produced to bring internet all over the flatness? Why didn't you do that? Right? And then you could have said, "Nah, we're not going to share it with anybody." What a baby.
That's what ended up happening, right? So
does the documentary make a flat Earth or globe, or you're not sure where he stands?
Where he stands now, I don't know. Good question. I think he's probably, either in the middle, or he definitely wasn't going to list off like amazing flat Earth evidence or anything. But going into it, he was flat Earth.
Amazing flat Earth evidence. Things that don't exist. Right? Austin, the person who, whenever you ask, what's your evidence? He says he doesn't need to provide evidence that, what does he say? He says, falsification is independent of replacement. So he is the one who champions the refusal to ever attempt to have flat Earth evidence. And so how could you have flat earth evidence in a documentary from the person who says that there is no such thing as flat earth evidence?
So yeah, I mean, I know he wants to. He said that he wanted to properly represent flat Earth, but he also said this whole time. This is how I think he came to an agreement with Duffy, because he wanted to go. Was that it's not going to be about picking a side. It's going to be about picking flat or globe. It's just going to be about documenting the trip, what happened on the trip, and what like the observation was, like what was the outcome of the test, right? And obviously from the globe perspective, they can take that and kind of embellish it and saturate that, because that's what they want. That's all they need to say it's a globe anyway, according to their narrative.
Because like if Mike is more on the flat Earth side and he had access to the bandwidth, that's probably how he got access to the password, is because even though he was. Yeah, it's a bit unfair that like it was distributed unequally, but it's also like if he is flat and he had access, it's a bit unfair to say like it was you were on the, it seemed like last on the list.
Yeah.
All right. How do I know whether or not Will was ever asked for the password? This is how. I just asked Will, hey, Will, did Austin ever ask you for the Wi-Fi password? He didn't. He spilled the beans on Sean Griffin and said Mark gave it to him. Yeah, he wasn't refused the password. He never asked. Correct. You should see Rennie's message in WhatsApp about this. He sums it up quite nicely. There you go. So, nope. Confirmation from Will. Now, Austin, maybe you have a different story. You haven't told it here, so I don't think so.
I don't think even the
distribution of the password per se.
I don't think the documentary guy had it either, right? Like what happened was he just, when we weren't paying attention, he just went up to each Glober individually and gave him the password. So, and it's like a Mac, he's like on his freaking laptop using it, right? Like talk about bandwidth. Like we're trying to.
Yeah, it's just laptops use more bandwidth because they're bigger than phones, right? I mean, if you're sending a video on a phone, it's way more bandwidth than if you're just typing text on a laptop because the laptop's bigger.
Like get on like little apps on our phone to tell our family we're alive and stuff, right? And just talk to our family. But we can't have the internet, but McKeegan's over here like on his laptop using the internet.
Oh, what the hell? What the hell? All right, here we go. Here is from his live stream, from a live stream from January 29. Austin says, I did ask Will. He specifically said no. Well, we've got different stories, don't we? Then I had to sneak around behind his back and get the password. So he lied and stole it. By his own admission, he stole. And then try not to let him know I had it. He did not offer it until hours later the next day. So here is the ever so perfect, humble, and never lying Witsit, who would never steal, who is saying that he intentionally, aggressively, specifically stole Wi-Fi, stole internet access against Will's permission, right? Which according to Will is not the case. But either way, it's not good for Austin either way. Either he did not ask for it and is crying like a little bitch that he didn't get Wi-Fi, or he did ask, was told no, and then like a bitch stole it. What are you gonna do? Either way, Witsit's a bitch. Billy J 36, Austin is possibly the most indignant person I've ever come across. This is unmatched levels of cope. Yeah. They accidentally omitted that out of their little hit piece, huh? And we were told we could only bring one checked bag under 55 pounds. Yet all the Globers knew to bring tons of equipment. Well, both Dave McKeegan and Critical Think knew that they may be paying extra money to bring extra equipment. The not Glober, Jonathan, brought extra equipment and was going to pay for it. I didn't need to bring any extra equipment. I got all my stuff in a bag. Will got all of his stuff and the Starlink into all of the bags. Wow. Wow. The cope is so much. Let's see, just to remind you. Will says no. He did not ask for it. So, all right, let me see here. Okay, good. Yep, this is it here.
Basically conspiring. They're always like kind of whispering. All the Globers know the inside information. We go out to the other place. We set up the Starlink. We get the Wi-Fi. The Globers have the Wi-Fi. MCToon has the Wi-Fi password. Mark, to set up the attempted 24-hour live stream, has the password. Duffy does. Duffy's going to do a stream at 12. MCToon's going to do a stream at 2 a.m. And it's like Critical Think's over there on his computer. McKeegan's on his computer. Everyone's got the Wi-Fi password, but they like refuse to give the Flat Earthers the Wi-Fi password. And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like Duffy never gave me the password. Duffy's not the way I got the password. And now we have Wi-Fi. And then that's when we don't get the Wi-Fi password, but the Globers do. And I was very attentive. I was watching the whole thing. So Mark got it. They started doing the live stream. They were going to try to do a 24-hour live stream with the sun. Then Duffy has it. He's like, I'm going to do the TFE channel live stream. MCToon has it. He's doing a 2 a.m. live stream. And I start paying attention. All the Globers have it. MCToon has the Wi-Fi. McKeegan has the Wi-Fi. Critical Think has the Wi-Fi. I mean, they're like on computers.
So
and he's specifically telling us we can't have the Wi-Fi.
He specifically told you can't have it? Why?
He said that he wanted to limit the bandwidth so that we didn't jeopardize the live streams because he didn't know how many different things he could have on it because, he had just set it up where everybody wanted to jeopardize it. But
So conveniently,
of course, we were the ones that were chopped off, I guess.
All the Globers had Wi-Fi access simultaneously, but then you guys would have been too much.
Yeah, I mean, I paid attention. Every single one of them had it, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like for some hours. Let's just say I may have done some snooping around and Mark is actually pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? And then ended up getting it a little bit sooner. But
we get the Starlink set up and then they don't give the Flat Earthers the Wi-Fi password. They give it to like Mark to do the attempted 24-hour live stream that crashed. And then Duffy sets up his live stream. McToon sets up his live stream. And they got them all scheduled, but they're not giving us the Wi-Fi. So like we got taken away from the camp that has Wi-Fi and then set up a Wi-Fi in our own place. But then so we were basically unable to really check in with people, unable to like try to quickly do a live stream or anything like that for like many hours, like a 7-8 hours or maybe till the next morning.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Go, bro. So
yeah, but we're away from the main camp. No, they set this up, of course. I think they had this one here. So this is like, see, look out and like.
And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like,
if they have internet at the main camp, they have to come here. So everyone's like, this is not.
So you can see Dave McKeegan there. Right, that he's not hiding it very well. He's walking around on Wi-Fi right in front of McKeegan.
This was only here because when they were running the marathon, this was like their half. I'm so sorry.
BRB.
And you hear other people talking that are outside, just off camera to the left.
Right. So So we're taking shifts for the first 24 hours. So all three of us will always be monitoring all of this. Hours. So this is a little room. It's just like everyone's got sleeping bags and well crammed.
And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like.
Yeah. Oh, poor boy.
Yeah, it's all good, but
Yeah, it just sounded like a bit of there's a staggering, the information was staggered as to who got the password first. Wasn't sure if it was completely flat first globe, if the documentary maker was.
Why do there need to be so many little petty games and like slights and these little mocks and like? Why does this even need to go on? Why can't it just be a like exchange of ideas, you know?
And that's what we were doing, and Austin turns it into this.
But it has to be that, because you have characters like Bob the Science Guy and Ozian and MCToon, and these people are they're just heinous.
yeah, who's the other guy? Who's the like atheist guy who's like so proud of his atheism? Like
It sounds like FTFE is a bit non-Christian.
Yeah, so FTFE is like that, but there's like a guy kind of has like a speech impediment. He's from another country, and he hosts like debate after shows, and he'll do it with
Misinformation agent? Is that?
What was it?
Misinformation agent? YouTube?
I don't know. What the crap, dude? What's that channel called? Does anyone know? I've been on there.
He's talking about Max.
A few times, debate after shows, like whenever there's a debate on dang, I can't think of anything right now. Anyway. Modern day debate, they'll do after shows a lot there. Dang it, man, I can't remember his name.
It's a dude?
Yeah.
Right.
And they always do debate after shows. They have like a show, I forgot the name of the show, and they'll have like a panel using StreamYard, and it'll be like all Glovers, but they'll try to get a flat earther on there. And I've jumped on there a few times, right? I think Shane's been on there a couple times. What's it called?
Matt Dillahunty.
Is it not Ozian?
Matt Dillahunty.
Ozian is on there, but there's like a channel. Like I think Ozian is like a co-founder of the channel, whatever. Like him and the other guy.
Is it a queer sounding person?
Yeah.
Oh, he was in this PC for a while. I forgot the guy's name. He was coming in here.
He's super arrogant.
Is it Aaron Raw, that guy?
No, those guys have much bigger channels. He's like,
I would never think that using the word super arrogant would be appropriate for Max. A lot of other things that they're completely wrong about too. I don't know.
No. This guy's like super cocky, but like
Max is the opposite of cocky.
Shouldn't be. Like very pretentious and very
he's talking about himself.
Flamboyant.
I don't know if I go as far as say kind. I mean, he's like metro. He's like feminine, and then he's like very derogatory and like he's really big on like backhanded slights.
Do you think it's planar walk?
No, he's talking about himself.
Or anyone?
Max or something like that. And he has a bunch of X's in his name. It's something like that. And
MXXD or whatever.
Yes.
There you go. Yep.
Bald dude with glasses.
Yeah, and I forgot the name of the show and the channel.
Matters Now.
That was the longest struggle to find somebody's name ever.
Or something like that.
There you go. Matters Now. Yeah. Yep. And dude, that guy is so ruthless on like comments and stuff. He is so hateful, bro. If you can find that guy on X and read what the stuff he says, it's insane, bro.
Oh, he's crying.
It's insane. So anyway,
somebody send the ambulance.
I guess that's the unfortunate side effect of like being in these debates for up and over of 5 years. People get that sort of personal vendetta, and it's hard to escape, I guess, from either side, whether you're going to drag someone's name through the mud or just like treat it as just like, okay, can we just like stop the name calling and just focus on the...
After that long sequence of name calling, this guy is like, they should stop on the name calling.
The tests or the expedition, if people are uncomfortable with the word experiment. But either way, like, when you've got so many people with so many cameras and you've got a location, I think, yeah, you tried to reduce that years of hostility between like the camps, but eventually it did get a bit personal. It's a shame that it got that way for both sides, really, because that only just increased the toxicity instead of like going, can we just solve the issue instead of name calling? If we're wrong, that's okay. But yeah.
Forgive Oblate, he's new.
You are wrong. Objectively, as Austin likes to say. Objectively wrong. All right, a little more.
One of these servers.
I know. I trust. I've had my own share of slinging a bit of mud outwards and receiving it too. So, like, I get it. I don't think I could put up with that for like years. But I'm trying to be more sound of mind to go. I'm willing to hear the other side, even though I think the evidence leans towards the other way.
Well, check this out.
In regards to the whole TFE thing, is there anything that you think would be improved upon if it were to be done again?
Yeah, didn't you hear?
This is, oh my gosh. Flat Earthers don't know what to do to test. They have no idea.
Witsit's gonna go run the mile or the marathon with JT, right? Witsit.
So JT has been talking about maybe going there. JT's a runner. He's the one that is like the biggest guy, something Boston Bear, right? He big time financial supporter for Witsit. He's thinking about going to run the marathon in Antarctica in December.
Dude, I think jogging is a psyop. I think it's bad for you.
All right, so from there, it goes into Witsit actually just said he thinks jogging is a psyop. So basically, everything that Austin doesn't like is a psyop. A psyop being like something intentionally set up to mess with people, to fool people, to lie to people. He thinks jogging is a psyop. Anyway, that's the end of it. I covered all the important stuff. I pre-listened, so I had all of it ready and notes on it. So for you, there you go. Yeah, jogging is a psyop. They talk about how he's like, he doesn't use the term, but describes high impact interval training, HIIT, and is like, oh yeah, that's the way to go. And he quotes a doctor like about it, like, oh, so now it's okay to quote an expert in the field. Anyway, so yeah, so basically Witsit delivers knowledge to these poor lowly flat earthers on this Discord server that high impact interval training is all the new thing and is the bestest of all bestest ways to exercise. Yeah, he's never heard of it before. No flat earthers. This is all brand new, groundbreaking information, even though it's been decades. Anyway, and NASA Security Force says, so if he has 160 IQ and can't figure out not to be in camera, how high is everyone else's IQ? Sounds like high numbers. Absolutely. Dan Demand says Witsit wrote the contract, then complains about it. Yes, he did 100%. Jack Fetter says the legally adept offices of Austin Witsit actualizing your defense and contractual needs. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says Witsit should contact with Mikey Smith's lawyers. Absolutely. They should totally do that. NASA Security Force has a comment, but it was retracted. But thank you for the $2. The Turtle Moves says, next up, Witsit stars in Vapegate. So, how about a movie poster for Vapegate? Somebody should do that. That'd be super. I'd love that. NASA Security Force, maybe this is to replace the retracted one, says for $5. The great thing about Austin is that he gives us below average people someone to look down on. I feel smart compared to him. Thanks, Austin. Too Much Vimto says, for £2, how come we never see the sun at night? I need to clip that and get that into my my folder here. Jack Vetter says, this is better than Zapruder film. Then the Zapruder film? You have Witsit lying from every angle on video, via text and audio. He has totally lost this debate, bro. And man, all right. Dick Wayne's gotten timed out enough, people. All right, give it. Let him get through. We're gonna wrap up here in a little bit. So, NASA Security Forces Jim Fix did die while jogging. So yeah, I mean I don't know who Jim Fix is. I'm gonna have to look that up. American wrote the best-selling book, The Complete Book on Running. Oh, did he? Well, yeah. It is not a secret that there are some health issues with people that are endurance runners. So anyway, yes, give up on Whack-A-Dick, please. So that is the goings on the Rumble, on the Discord server, published on Rumble. If you want, you can go get it. Sorry, hold on. Let's see. It is live stream number 3287 and 3288 on Rumble. It bridges those two, so you can, if you're Earth Awakening server, 3287 if you want to watch this last 2 hours of that and the first couple of the next one. So there it is. Dick Wayne says, I have learned nothing as usual. Of course not. Flat earthers are resistant to learning, Dick. You know that. I mean, you're a flat earther. I am stupid because I don't understand your crazy ideas about science. Well, you're right. You don't understand science, and it's you've probably correctly identified the reason. Best to know your limitations. Right? Nothing wrong with that. With it, people are. There's lots of things that all of us are not good at. Right? I am no good at darning socks. I'm not. And so if I popped into a sock darning community and started telling that sock darning community that sock darning is all fake, and that's not the right way to do it, and that I know better how to darn socks than all of the sock darners out there, that would be what a flat earther is doing when trying to engage in science, right? So I know better than to do that. I'm aware that I'm not an expert in sock darning. I have no knowledge of how to darn socks at all. And so why would I do that? It would be silly for me to enter into that community and tell that. And even more silly to go to a street corner, to yell from the mountaintops, to go on YouTube, not even engaging in that community, and then put out videos decrying how sock darning doesn't actually exist. You know, it would be ridiculous, but that's what flat earthers do. They do that. They make claims about science from a position of supreme ignorance about science. So, you know your limitations. NASA security forces, can we have TFE2 be a cage match? I think probably not. Probably not. So, all right, there's one question we have left. On the way out, we've got a couple choices. We've got the Broverload song. You know what? I'll do a quick survey here. A poll. So we got outro. We got Broverload. We've got etherically displaced. You're gonna have to get your votes in quickly. Humbly Bro, a ridge, or there we go. Those are the options. Okay, get your votes in quickly here. We got NASA security forces. Dick Wayne, you're not stupid because you think Earth is flat. You think the Earth is flat because you're stupid. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that can be refuted. But Dick Wayne, you know what? Let me do that. I don't know if this will do anything for you. But if you have a couple points, Dick, like a couple things that you think, because I know you won't engage with me live. You won't engage with me in an email-based debate, but maybe you'll send a couple points, like 3-4 point, like this you think is BS about the globe. You know what? I would do a presentation on them if that's all you did was send an email with those 3 things, 4 things, whatever it was. I would do that. I think that would be entertaining and educational. It would be edutational, something like that. All right, how is this? Let's see. I'm gonna go with that one here. All right, we got etherically displaced is winning, people. There are so many sciences. Be very specific. I don't know what you mean by that. That's ridiculous. Oh, that is ridiculous. All right, it's looking like etherically displaced is the one. So everybody, thank you so much for joining. This is it. I'm heading out of town, heading up north to northern Minnesota tomorrow. So I'll be back on Monday and Wednesday. Nothing on Tuesday next week. Monday and Wednesday for sure are what I got planned. So there it is, everybody. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you, Witsit, for producing content, creating content for all of us together to enjoy. We'll see you next time.
What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a ferrocell image of a magnet.
Just like the center of a ferrocell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeah, you start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh, shucks, ain't that so? dressing. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies, centripetal convergence pulls, defying all science. Etheric whispers sing, light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing him round, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yo, belly on up to the Witsit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrette? Behind the Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back.